wish you wouldn't do that. You put yourself at great risk, sir.
Oh, yeah, right. Let me ask you something. In all the years ex-presidents have had Secret Service protection, has there ever been even one assassination attempt on any of them?
It was a different time. It was a different time.
Sir, I find that sad. The minute you're out of office, they don't care enough about you to kill you anymore. People are...
Sir,
Queen Pib, in stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
And now we're pleased to bring you our feature presentation.
Viewers' discretion is advised.
Alright, let's go shoot a twink. Shot fire! Meth futures have crashed! Dump all the meth stocks! God, you little freak! How is it everyone else in here burned to a crisp, but somehow he's still alive? Get out of here, loser. 2026 will be lacking in at least one. All our brains are different. Maybe yours is wired in such a way that you can accept failure. Mine's not! Tell that not family walked into a talent agency! If you're over the age of 45, you're not allowed to answer your phones anymore. Come, Dunder! Tail! I am going to pull your fingernails out! Get clear! Get clear! Then just need to finish the conversation! No!
Queen Pip is filmed on location with the Queen of Retro Game Broadcasting. All shows are broadcast 4 nights a week in a court of Pip.
Listen, we're all about making things nice and enlarged, namely media, this evening. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. I wasn't sure what I was going to wear this evening, and I thought, wait a minute, if I'm teaching you how to do something, maybe I ought to dress the part. So Professor Pib is here. Professor Pib is here, and Professor Pib's going to teach you what the hell you can do with your DVD collection. When you're like, listen, I'd like to be able to access it on any device at a moment's notice, but I don't want to have to fumble around with the discs anymore. I don't know how we're going to stretch a 4-hour broadcast out of this, but damn it, we're going to make it work. It'd be like a timeshare presentation, except I'm not taking any money from you, and my moves are way better. Well, let's start from the top and make it drop so you got here bright and early on a Saturday night, Valentine's Day. We're going to teach you the moves that you can put on that special someone registered trademark, or possibly yourself as well, depending on how the mood strikes you here. Let's see, we got Chef, Solipsis, Freya, Ravaging Marvel, Bell Blue, Vector Man, Rio, Nook the Crook, Arthak, welcome on in. Still scrolling, I see Botan. I see Gimmick Puppet, good evening. Dragon Prism. Fishy B, Misfit Murph Dog. Yeah, place your bets, the one will hit the damn corner. Dragon Prism, Unbelievable Ginger, welcome on in as well. You do like to enlarge your media collection, not enough D. Yeah, exactly. Look, you're trying, and that's the important thing. I see Crazy Two Shades. I see Frey from the Zero Fire, good evening as well. We'd see it as well. Yes, I figured we'd ride with some 80s movie themes this evening because it seems to be on a brand for some reason. I see V Gross. I see Chillbat. I see Zero Fire, good evening as well. Arthak, Display Salad, Candy Striper Viper. Spectre Saunders, Maxine Twilights. Good evening as well. Still scrolling. I see King Monster. I see Bunny Boy Echo. You had a good Valentine's Day. You went grocery shopping. Yeah, tomorrow Kirill and I are going to do that. We're looking forward to ransacking the Valentine's candy collection if that shit's on discount. Listen, we gave each other light Valentine's gifts today, but the real Valentine gift tomorrow is tomorrow. Marked down chocolate. Hello, Dictate Girl as well. Gable Guard Chaos, Hourglass. There, I think we're all caught up. So, look, if I've learned nothing else in broadcasting, it's that every once in a while I should do a show where maybe it's something I'm passionate about, something I can teach you about, or some combination of the two. And there's been a lot of talk lately about getting back into physical media or learning what you can do with the physical media you already have. It has nothing to do with the fact that the media landscape is incredibly fragmented right now. There are those halcyon days where all you needed to do was cancel your cable subscription and then just go all in on Netflix, $7 a month, and you could stream so many TV shows, so many movies. It was a beautiful time. Only Netflix really existed. I guess Hulu existed in some capacity, but nobody fucking cared. And then eventually everyone figured out how much money Netflix was printing themselves by using their media libraries that they'd licensed out, and they went, all right, that's it. We're bringing it back in-house. And now, before you know it, everything is all fucked up, and if you subscribe to everything, it'd be just like paying for fucking cable again. But there was a time before that. There was a time before that when we still believed in physical media, and we had boxes of DVDs. We didn't know what to do with them anymore. So, but maybe some of you still got them. Maybe some of you still got them, and tonight we're going to teach you what the hell you can do with them. And you won't even have to ride the high seas. I mean, listen, I got no control over you or whatever it is you're doing, FBI and all that stuff. Listen, I'm just going to teach you what you can do with the shit you already have, the shit you already have access to, the stuff that's in your grandpa's house, whatever the fuck it is. That's what we will be doing here this evening. It also means we're probably going to be watching a lot of movie trailers and talking about movies. So if you're a cinema gay, you found the right spot this evening. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What else? I love the shows where the look doesn't really get like gloves, so I can actually wear some of my rings. I love that. I have some very nice ones. I have nice little pinky one. To be clear, all of these are Amazon except for like one of them. Like I wear this pinky one all the time when I'm not in drag, because like listen, I'm that kind of bitch now. I want to wear a pinky ring. I want to be a pinky ring. I don't want to be a pinky ring. I want to wear a pinky ring. So this one's always on there. It's some $20 Amazon jalopy, but it looks like gold. Then there's this thing too. I don't know. It sparkles. It's got an onyx thing in it. I don't know. It's nice. It's cute. It's whatever. And there's a wedding band. Sometimes I have a few on a rotation. This is some cubic zirconium nonsense. And then I really like this one. I like this red one. This one with like a lab-grown ruby and some prongs sticking out of it. I don't know. It's a very particular design. I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't quite place it. Seems to be an iconic design. It really spoke to me for some reason. If you know the answer, keep it at a chat. This is one of those if you know type of situations. I love it. That one's actually like 10 karat over like silver or something. It's very nice. It speaks to me. All right. Now, again, the thing is, the more time I spend here just pointing at the movies, the less time we spend learning about them. But let me see here. Yeah, if you probably wish you didn't. Yeah, I think I learned that one when I was... How old was I when I learned about that one? Well... early teens, maybe? Well, the internet was a wild place back then. Still is a wild place. And of course, because it's Saturday night, teacher needs her teacher juice. If I'm going to teach you little bastards something, I may as well make sure I've got my education juice. See, if I lived back in Canada, you'd say you got this from the Learning Center. For example, the Nova Scotia Learning Center, the NSLC. That's definitely what LC stands for. Don't look it up. It's just Nova Scotia Learning Center. It's where all the good learning gets done. Or, for example, the Learning Center Bureau of Ontario, or whatever the fuck it's called. The one that just agreed to keep Crown Royal on the shelves because I guess Crown Royal was going to close a bottling plant there. And Dougie was like, yeah, I'll take the Crown Royal off the shelves. We're fucking nuts up here. And like, okay, what if we did a bunch of jobs? And Dougie's like, all right, the Crown Royal can stay. All right, what else do we got to do before we really get going here? All right. We're going to look over what's shaking over at PiBcast because there's been some shakers going on here. Just because we're not necessarily playing a video game tonight does not mean there ain't video game action happening there this evening. Because on Thursday night, there was controversy. At the end of regulation, Final Fantasy IX and Space Station Silicon Valley tied, so it went to sudden death overtime. Two identical Stone Cold Steve Austins went at each other. And in the end, the Final Fantasy IX Stone Cold Steve Austin defeated the vested Stone Cold Steve Austin for Space Station Silicon Valley, thus handing Final Fantasy VIII the victory. And it will go on to face Crash Bandicoot in the Elite Eight. Which brings us to tonight's matchup over in the Modern region. We've got the third-seeded... what seed is Friendly Neighborhood? I think it's 7. I forgot to put something in the graphic. The third-seeded Garfield Lasagna Party for the Nintendo Switch going up against, I think, the 7th-seeded My Friendly Neighborhood for computer. Are you going to get Eldritch Horror Garfield or just regular Garfield? Who could say when it comes to the Garfield Lasagna Party? And it's going up against My Friendly Neighborhood. Once again, it bears repeating. Jim Henson took a wait-and-see approach with his health, and now I have to grab a shotgun so I can shield these fucking Muppets. All right, let's see here. Where's me command? Command is now live. Yeah, click true on that link and you make your thoughts known on the matter. The matchup will run for about the next 3.5 hours. When all is said and done, we'll know which of those two will advance to the Elite Eight. Winner of this matchup, in the lower right-hand side of your screen, will go on to face Tokyo Jungle for the PlayStation 3. Now then, make sure I got all my microphones in all the right places here. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel, is of course and is always well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad-in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. I'm age first my own hubris until these breasticles, these massive, heaving breasticles may be fake. The retro is real. That's the real 7th generation i7? Yeah, that's not actually a video game console. That is the media computer. That is the fun computer. And it's where we'll be handing out this evening. Bring the house music up a little bit. Isn't it remarkable how much the house music is identical to the music I play during casino night broadcasts? So, the computer you're looking at right now, for it is a computer, is my old is the old computer. Last year we did a new build because I needed to do a new build, and as with many things in life, it was the right choice at the right time because holy fuck, the things that happened to the prices. I'm staring at a pack of DDR5 32 gig RAM that's sitting unopened across from me on top of that tower. That thing's my 401k. Hey, Will Kale as well. Good evening, and Angel Yumu as well. Mwah. So, whenever I play computer games on the show, like on the off chance whenever we play one of the more contemporary Resident Evil games, or if we ever play that Requiem game in like 5 or 6 years, I use the old computer for it. Old computer, it's a i7 7700K. I could overclock it if I wanted to, but don't really need to do it. It has Windows 11 on it because it's not a production machine. The computer I'm streaming this on right now is on Windows 10, and it's going to stay on Windows 10 for as long as possible. This thing is running Windows 11. I'll put Windows 11 on a non-production machine just to find how fucked up it is. Like this is like a dev environment basically. But and it's got my old GTX 1060 in it, which will become relevant later. And A-Lux as well, Merry Valentine's as well. So I was like, you know, if you built the new computer, what do you do with the old computer? Well, I figure the old computer can be used for gaming. Like, the computer I built, one that's doing the stream right now, is, what I understand, it's the AMD equivalent of an i5. So, because, like, when I stream, I don't really play games locally on the machine. So it doesn't have to have all the pizzazz. I always capture card things, and if I have a whole other functioning computer that's only been replaced because it's old, not because it's broken, and if I wanted to play Grand Theft Auto or whatever on the show, we could just capture card the old computer. So that's why I kept the graphics card and all that stuff in it, and why I kind of cheaped that on this build. It all worked out. So the old computer has an i7, a GTX 1060, 1 terabyte hard drive, and so I used it for games, but it's also my Plex server. Now, getting a little ahead of myself here. There's lots of options out there and methods for viewing movies that you clearly ripped yourself. And I will say that I use Plex. It's not necessarily the best option, not necessarily the only option. It's just, I started doing this 12, 13 years ago, and it's just, you know, sometimes old habits die hard. I heard something about rocket fish, or I may also be completely off base or misremembering these things. So, the question is, so how many streamings? Okay, chat. How do we broach into this topic here? Put a number in chat, whatever number it is. How many streaming services do you subscribe to? I'm not judging you, just, you know, just trying to get a feel for the audience here. How many? Not to say what they are. You don't have to. We don't have to have the people who subscribe to HBO Max going to war with the people who have Paramount Plus. If Spotify, yeah, exactly. So y'all have your various options, and of course the problem with them is it's the same problem we used to have back with cable back in the day. Is, well, if I want to watch this thing, I got to get this add-on, and if I want to watch this thing, I got to get this add-on, and this thing is on pay-per-view, and this thing's on a satellite dish, and it's maddening. But also, you know, 20, 25 years ago, we had DVDs. And, you know, we as a society, we're okay with having DVDs and subsequently Blu-rays and what have you. And then we had VHS tapes and so on and so forth. Our entire lives were structured around it. We had Blockbuster. You'd go to the store. You could buy the videotape. You could rent the videotape. You had entire areas of your home dedicated to it. You had shelving units. You had entertainment centers. Remember, TVs didn't tend to get to be much larger than 32 inches. So you have these giant entertainment consoles made of wood that you'd shove the TV into, and there'd be like shelving units next to it. You put all your VHS tapes, all your Disney shit, all your DVDs, whatever. It was entirely built around this. I remember countless people I visited when I was a child had whole shelving units full of VHS tapes. You wouldn't get that these days. You would not get that anymore. Everything these days is so much more. It's a different world. It's a much different world. Hey, Vintage Vixen Shop as well. Welcome on in. I don't know if I still load a Bell Blue and Flex Retro and Odd Child, but I'm going to say it. How you doing in Cable Car Chaos? Looks down the hall at the still unused entertainment center. Hell yes, display salad. But the rise of, now, again, you recently found you had a Warner Brothers DVD from 2006, 2009. It was rotted. Oh, no. Oh, that's the worst. Those fucking things. Which was the issue. Yeah, I remember that was something that made the rounds a couple of years ago, where it's like, oh yeah, those ones are starting to look like they've curdled. Oi. So, oh yeah, and CDs. The CDs kind of bear into this too, because there's also a music section here. But those are a lot easier to deal with. But the rise of, now of course Netflix wasn't it wasn't originally a streaming service, a dangerous Jalen as well. Netflix was, a mail order DVD rental, basically. I never actually had it. I lived in Canada. We didn't have it. But Canada, I think, was one of the first markets they tested the streaming service in. So we got that when it was, in its heyday. And, of course, Netflix was first mover. And they didn't have their own entertainment. They had a new product, and they went to all kinds of various license holders and said, hey, we got this thing for a modest fee. We'd like to, or rather, we'll pay you a fee, and we'd like to feature your stuff on demand. A lot of the rights holders went along with it, depending on what market you were in. I know the American one back in the day was very heavy on television shows, and the Canadian one was very heavy on movies. And, maybe we all did VPN stuff to make sure that we got to access the best of both worlds. And, of course, because capitalism won't let someone sit on a good idea forever, everyone realized how much money Netflix was making hand over fist with this, and then the entire thing got fragmented. So now if I want to watch Sonic, I got to give Barry Weiss's company money. If I want to watch fucking something else, I got to give some other shithead money. There is no more one-stop solution out there. Or is there? The biggest problem with digitizing your library is time and drive space. Oh, yeah. So there will always be some constraints on this. Some of it has to do with maybe how much space you have to store such things. Maybe it'll just be you don't have the computer power to factory farm the darn things. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. In this house, we are presently only subscribed to one streaming service. And the only reason why that is because it's the Olympics and Rio wants to watch her curling. She subscribed to Peacock just for that, and I suspect after which she'll probably binge a little bit of The Office or Parks and Rec, and then that'll be the end of it. That would be my guess. So, other than Peacock, just for the Olympics, we don't have streaming services in this house. And a lot of it has to do with this thing over here. So, let's say you find yourself in a situation. Well, actually, no, I should keep talking. I'm going to hold this copy of True Lives and this copy of Cowboy Bebop the movie while I can. And give me this copy of Kung Pao over here as well, just as a visual aid here. So again, you all remember ages ago, or you went to the store, you bought a DVD, maybe you bought a Blu-ray, and you would shove in your. Back in the day, the PlayStation 2 was one of the first DVD players that'd be in many people's houses because the PlayStation 2 used DVD discs, had a built-in DVD player. It's a lot of the ways a lot of people experienced DVDs for the first time. It offered, superior picture quality and sound over VHS tapes. As much as I do love them, they're a very analog format. DVD was by itself was digital, and if you hooked it up through the fancy pants AV cables and not the coax, you got a very nice picture. And we own so many of these things. But the rise of streaming services caused us to maybe dial some of these back. A lot of these things stopped being in the home. Maybe they were donated to a thrift store. Maybe they went to a local library, because that's a great way to get a tax write-off, would be to donate your DVDs to the library. Maybe you gave them away to someone else. Maybe you threw them out. I don't know. But these stopped being a thing because why would you have needed them? Netflix and like 2 other streaming services would give you everything you ever needed. Why would you ever need these things? But as we have learned in the last 5, 6, 7 years, is that, this shit costs a lot of money and can be taken away at a moment's notice and is run by some of the most capitalistic bastards this side of hell. Back in the day, we watched Laserdiscs, and that's the way my grandfather had Laserdiscs. I wish I got more into that before lots of things had happened. So 2 things happened. 1, people stopped getting so many of these things. 2, the rise of fragmented streaming meant that these things were harder to get to. And another thing. Now, this is something I don't want an answer to, because it's none of my fucking business. Do y'all have the space you used to have? Physically. You don't have to answer, because I know for a fact for most of you the answer may indeed be no. Do you have places to store all these goddamn things in all of their cases? So we have a world we live in where maybe you can't justify having these things taking up an entire fucking room and an entire media landscape apparatus that has driven you away from these things in the favor of a recurrent spend to watch who knows what, to sit there with the remote for 40 minutes and figure out what the hell you want to watch. Which I totally don't just do with this thing instead. Definitely don't do that. So we're going to teach you how to turn this into that. Or perhaps that's not the best way to put it, because it doesn't literally have to be that. Let's see here. Can we give me a minimize here? Is this thing on? This thing is not on. Let's see. Give me a desktop here. Give me a file explorer session. Give me what if you could turn your DVDs into that? That says 954 items. I don't think that's 954 movies. There's probably a whole bunch of, there might be some subtitle files in there. Also, I sometimes just import them directly into Sony Vegas or whatever my editing software is, so sometimes it creates a data file in there. So there isn't going to be literally 954 movies in there, but there's a lot of movies in there. Some upgraded Windows 11. Yeah, like I said, I put it on some computers in the house to find out how horrible it is. Yes, what a lovely wallpaper. It's also available for purchase on my merchandising store as an actual poster you can put on your stupid fucking wall. This would be very useful to know. Please upload the stream to YouTube. Oh yeah, they all go up there. It's just every once in a while there gets to be a backlog and I have to unjam it. But yeah, the VODs do get put on an unlisted. The VODs go unlisted into a playlist that is listed on my YouTube channel. Yeah, that's me bent over of a Pontiac Tempest. Beautiful machine. So, how do we do this? Now, easiest way, obviously, is you need something that can read these discs. And, well, yeah, I mean, it stands to reason. I can't just... Well, that's the thing. Depending on what some people know about movies these days, or computers, sometimes they think you just set it maybe on top of it and it transmits it through, I don't know, near field communication or some bullshit like that. I don't know. But obviously you would need a DVD drive and possibly also a Blu-ray drive, depending on what it is you want to rip. Now, for the purposes of this discussion, I have a pair of optical drives. We have, this is a virtual one. You'll learn about that one later. This is an actual Blu-ray drive that has apparently I left a 4K of Atomic Blonde in there. And this is a physical external DVD drive called, it's got the Appleseed in there. Yeah, I'll explain what that is later. And of course, my baby. My network attached storage. It has 3 hard drives in it. Sometime I'm going to add a 4th. For redundant storage, it has 3 massive hard drives shoved into it. And if one hard drive dies, no data is lost. And I got everything on there. It's not even just movies. It's not even just movies. I got TV in there. I got all kinds of TV in there. I got music on the damn thing. You would not believe how much I've got in there. Hell, the movies thing ain't even the whole thing. There's documentaries. There's an entire Godzilla section. There's things for UFC back when I gave a shit about that. And God knows how many movies. That's a lot of movies. My setup is giving witness the power. Why, thank you. So what I'm going to do, now there is a command in chat. It's called !software. Up to 5 pieces of software make it name dropped and used this evening. that command pulls up the names in order of prominence, so most important to least important. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up me a section of this program here called Make MKV. Because what we need to do is we got to take the file off the disk. We got to do that. Now, as it happens, I have a copy of True Lies here that I've been dying to re-rip on DVD here. So I'm going to walk around the corner here, and I'm going to go deposit that into one of the drives. In fact, I may also take this copy of Cowboy Bebop and jam that in there too. So actually, I need a second session. Can I get a second one here? What if I just close it and double click it? I want 2 sessions. 1, 2. So we're going to open up 2 instances of Make MKV because I've got 2 drives. So I'm going to do that. And I'll be back with you in just a moment. Coming back. Coming on back. There. Beauty. Now, I have an external USB regular DVD drive and an external USB-C purportedly 4K Blu-ray drive. I'll talk in a little bit why I say purported. So Make MKV is a piece of free software. I think I did actually pay for a, I did pay for a license for it though. I think I got confused and paid for a license instead of just using the free one. But, what the hell? Given how much mileage I've gotten out of it, I don't mind that I paid for it. But it is normally free. So let's see here. This one's gonna be the, that's the DVD drive. It seems to have Cowboy Bebop the film inserted into it. The Blu-ray one, if I'm reading that properly from here, says True Lies. I should have changed the resolution to 1280, but what are you gonna do? So I'm gonna tell it to open up the drive, and it's gonna initiate a scan on both devices. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna rip the file. Now, this is gonna happen in a couple stage process. Right now, all we're doing is removing the file from the disk. We haven't made it awesome yet, or reduced the file size. We are just getting it off the disk. That's all we're doing for now. And I should have kept the cases over here. Give me just a second. It is a lot easier to rip a DVD when you've got the case handy, because the case will tell you answers to a lot of questions we'll have later. So, the one on the right is True Lies, and I should have grabbed another visual aid. Maybe in a little bit. So on the right we have True Lies. It's a film from 1994, I want to say. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jamie Lee Curtis, Bill Paxton, Art Malik. Very good movie, iconic. Subject to a very horrible 4K transfer. We'll talk about that in a bit. Cowboy Bebop the film, aka Knocking on Heaven's Door. If you're a weeb, this is entry-level weeb, which is why I know about it. This was an original DVD release from 2003. This is from way the fuck back. I remember Walmart got this and I ran over and I bought the damn thing. The Cowboy Bebop one is taking a little longer to scan, but there's a reason for that. This is the back of the box for True Lies. You'll notice for bonus features, it's relatively threadbare. It just says widescreen format, interactive menus, scene selection. So basically, it has no special features. It's like a lot of the releases back in the day. Like this this was a retrospective, or not retrospective, retroactive, whatever you want to call it, DVD release. Like, this did not come out the same time the movie hit home video. This would have come out early 2000s, so they didn't get James Cameron in to do a commentary, and they didn't have all these featurettes, because how the fuck were they supposed to know they were going to invent a format to make that possible? Now, you notice the Cowboy Bebop one on the left seems to have a lot more entries on it that could be ripped than the True Lies one did. This one has a lot of special features listed on the back. Now, though, for the purposes of this discussion, all we're really going to care about is just the movie. So what the scan did is it's basically looked for anything on the DVD that's longer than like 120 seconds. Because usually, like, you know, when you launch up the DVD, you see the menu, it's got the music and the fancy moving pictures and all that, so on and so forth. That's not actually the movie. You don't need that. Maybe you do. I don't know. You probably don't. I don't know your life. Maybe you do need those things in your life. I don't fucking know. But so because it's short, it's not really something anyone would want to rip. So it has omitted that in favor of giving us what has got to be a whole bunch of little featurettes here. Now, I understand you kind of have to squint on this one. I'm going to right click and just say unselect all. Now, what is of more concern to me is this one up here at the top says it's 4.2 gigs. Now, depending on the DVD, they usually have like, what is it, like a 4.7 gig, 9 point something size, depending on whether it's a single or dual layer disc. Usually the movie's going to be the heaviest file. In fact, if I were to look a little bit closer here, I would note that this one thing I have highlighted says it's an hour and 54. So this is probably the movie. So what I'm going to do, there's one little problem with my file path here. It's going to a video directory on the C drive, but there's an extra slash there, so I kind of have to remove that. I don't know why I put that there, to be quite honest. So I'm just going to remove that. So this one, I'm going to tick the box for the movie, which is this one up here. I'm going to hit this button over here. It's going to say, hey, this directory doesn't exist. Do you want to make it? And I'm going to tell that to go. So that is going to start ripping, and in about, say, 20 minutes or so, depending, it will spit out the raw file from the disk. And we're going to do the same thing over here with Mr. True Lies. True Lies here must be a dual layer disc because it says that the movie weighs 7 gigs. Good. I kind of want that one to be as high quality as possible for reasons I will tell you about later. So I'm also going to tell True Lies to go at the same time as well, because fuck it, I have 2 drives, may as well have them both go. So those are both going to go. This one seems, the Cowboy Bebop one seemed to think it's going to take 17 minutes. The other one, the True Lies one, isn't sure yet. Also, let me do, yeah, we'll leave that as is. You're going to see the outline of my microphone stand, but that's okay, you can deal. So those are going to go. And sometimes what I'll do, like I have the ability to remote into this computer. I can access it from a different room. So what I'll do is if we're just vibing on the couch and we're just watching stupid things, I'll load discs in there, go back upstairs, tell them to rip, and go so on and so forth. Now, we're not going to literally sit here and stare at this for 20 minutes while this rips. Because I went ahead and I pre-ripped a bunch of things. Because I'm smart like that. So we're going to open up most important program number 2. This one that looks like a pineapple. It's called Handbrake. This is a program we're going to use to take the resulting files and turn them into something smaller. Now, it is possible to rip directly from the disk with Handbrake. It is possible. It does work sometimes. I prefer to do ripping of the file, then encode in Handbrake. But it's your life. If you want to shoot from the hip with it, knock yourself out. I ain't going to stop you. So the file that we're going to get from these is it's very large. It says that the one for True Lies is going to be 7 gigs. And the one for the Cowboy Bebop is going to be 4.2. That's a lot. That's a lot. We can do better. We can do better than that. Because, now, when I'm done with these discs, if it's one that I'm like, oh, let's pretend for a minute this is actually a copy of Passengers. Had to think of a shitty movie. Let's pretend this is a copy of Passengers. And I'm like, I mean, maybe I really, really want to watch it with the disc for super duper quality, but also maybe it's Passenger and I don't care. What I'll do after this, because remember I mentioned the size problem for physically taking all of these discs up, takes a lot of room up. Here's what I do. You take the disc, which isn't in here. I have a giant binder. I put the discs in. Then what I do is I take the inlay out, stick it with a whole bunch of them, put them in a box. If the case is nice, I keep the case. If the case is shitty, I throw it in the recycling. Because do I really need to always be staring at that copy of Passengers? I don't got to worry about that. So if I have a movie where it's like, I don't need to stare at it. I just put it in, I just put the inlay in a box, shove the box in a closet. And if maybe 5 years later, I'm like, oh my God, I really want to stare at that copy of Passengers. Take the inlay out of the box, find a case, get the disc out of the binder, put it all back together, bada bing, bada boom. And you'd be surprised how often this happens. I do it with my games too. Like, I have so many games. The same idea works for your games. Like, if it's a very common case, you don't have to keep the cases. But if you're like, well, maybe someday I may want to have it in a case again. Well, just keep all the parts. I mean, it's literally a sheet of paper. Very easy to store. As long as it's not humid. As long as you don't have to worry about it getting warped. The 400 disc binder. Oh, yeah. See, I got a big one I'm working on right now. I'm working on it from both ends. The movies start on one side, and the television DVDs go on the other side. And if they ever meet in the middle, I'm fucked. Now, one thing at a time here. So we have the handbrake program here. So again, I could use it to rip the disc, but I prefer to just go after the file itself. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit this folder button here. And let's see, I'm going to go to the directory that I know I stuck them all in. I have this folder here I called DVD. And there are many movies that I ripped the files from and haven't done anything with yet. Let's see, we've got Alien vs. Predator, Appleseed Ex Machina, Appleseed, Alien vs. Predator Requiem, Beauty and the Beast, Boiling Point, Casino Royale, Collateral Damage, Darkness Falls, Dave Barry's Guide to Guys, Duran Duran Live from London, Elektra, the Family Guy Star Wars movies, Godfather, Godfather Part 2, Godfather Part 3, Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters Attack, Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Godzilla 1998, Gojira, Major League 2, My Fellow Americans, Mystic River, Office Space, Pacific Rim, Predator, Predator 2, Scarface, Shenmue, 16 Candles, Hunger Games, Breakfast Club, The Client, Trailer Park Boys Christmas Special, Weird Science. So as you can see, we got a bunch of things here I can start working on. Why don't we go in alphabetical order? So I'm going to go with, let's do Alien versus Predator. So the folder, imagine for a moment that True Lies is actually finished. This is what I would be doing next. So again, we opened up Handbrake. I'm going to the folder. I'm going to navigate to the one that has the folder I want, which in this case will temporarily be Alien versus Predator. I'm going to tell it to open the folder. It's going to scan the folder, all the things that are in it. And here's where we start making some choices. So it gives a little preview. So it's like, what movie are you looking at? And of course, I can look through all the little screenshots and go, okay, yeah, this is definitely Alien versus Predator. It always starts at 2 because, like, the first one it's always blank. It's always very blank. What, Shenmue wasn't just a shitty video game? Gimmick Puppet, Shenmue 2 for the Xbox came with a DVD that I think contained all the cutscenes and maybe some gameplay from the first game, I think? I never actually watched it, but that's where I got it from. I think. So I don't know. So this is where I need to start making some decisions. There's the handbrake software comes with many prefabricated use case scenarios. This range now, again, some of these are fire and forget. Like maybe if you have a particular device you're gonna use it with, like Android devices of a particular size, your Chromecast, your PlayStation. Like there's some prefabricated ones here. There's also ones that are like if you were gonna watch it on the internet, fancy pants. You do it long enough and you kind of figure out what it is you want. Like I have a custom preset that I've made here. You had zero idea what a title was going with this, and you're not disappointed. Hey, Rotti, welcome on it as well. So, a couple different formats available to you. I usually use MKV. It's a very, very nice file format. It enables for embedded subtitles and things of that nature. I don't usually go MP4. I'll go MKV. So that's always available to you there as an option. Dimensions. You can usually leave this in fire and forget. This is the same preset that I will use for DVDs as well as Blu-rays. So over here on resolution and scaling, I have it capped at 1080p HD. I have a different preset for 4K. We'll talk about that later. Other things that will be of interest to you is cropping. So let's go no cropping for a second here. So I'm gonna, like, what do you mean by cropping? Let's go back to summary here. So you notice those black bars in the top and the bottom of the screen. Those, because Alien versus Predator is not, it's not a 16:9. It's like this. There's this thing called aspect ratios, and that's like how much of the screen is showing stuff. This show you're watching me on right now is in a 16:9 aspect ratio. Think of it as like fractions. So it's always down to the lowest common denominator, and the way it works is 16/9. Your old television, 4:3 aspect ratio. In fact, let me pull up an example of that, because I have a few DVDs in here that are 4:3 aspect ratio. How about, I have a 4:3 aspect ratio of Casino Royale, the Daniel Craig one. So for instance, this is 4:3 aspect ratio. You know, it's the old square, the old full screen, as it used to be more colloquially known. So for instance, this is 4:3 aspect ratio. Let's get back to Alien versus Predator here. Sometimes I like to rip full screen DVDs because I'm sick in the head. Anyway, so we go back to Alien versus Predator. You saw that black bar at the top of the bottom of the screen when I had it set to no cropping. Usually by default it's set to automatic. I just want to show you what it looks like if it's none. So if it does none, then it leaves these black bars at the top and the bottom of the screen to allow for a 16:9 display angle or whatever the hell. Because that's what TVs are these days. They're 16:9. Well, sometimes you get wider ones or computer monitors that are wider, but this is what televisions are mostly in. Now, to leave those black bars in the top and the bottom of the screen could hypothetically make the file size a little larger. It could make the video less optimal on certain devices. Like, for instance, your phone. Your phone, depending on what model it is not 16:9 widescreen. I don't know what this Google Pixel thing is, but it's not 16:9. It's slimmer. It could be 185:1 for all I know. So if we left those black bars on the picture, it's possible that instead of being able to take up the whole screen, it might only take up this much. And then there's still the black bars at the top and the bottom, and the actual thing you're looking at is smaller. So usually you want to eliminate those black bars. So more often than not, Handbrake will figure it out itself. with the automatic setting. It'll go, oh, that's a big black bar on the top of the bottom of the screen. Let's get rid of that. I have found some instances where I have to tell it that manually. It's very rare, but sometimes it does happen. So, more often than not, you won't even have to fuck with that. Next thing, filters. I don't bother with any of that. Video. This is where you're going to figure out what works for you. So, this is the tab where you figure out, all right, how many creative liberties am I willing to take with the video encode? Because right now, this is probably a 4 gig file. I'd like to turn it into maybe a 1 gig file. Maybe a 1 gig file. Maybe 800, maybe 1.2, depending. Lately, I have been having the quality sitting at 25.5. I previously sat it at 31, and then I realized that looks horrible. So I increased it to 25, and I've been re-ripping a lot of things in that manner since then. Oh boy. Oh, nice electric brain, nice. Now, this you can play with this, figure out where you'd like it. This will probably take some trial and error on your end here. Video encoder may be something you want to look into depending on what kind of computer you have. Because you're ripping videos, if you have a dedicated graphics card, this is where it can be very handy. This has an NVIDIA GTX 1060 in it. So I getting ahead of myself here. So I encode all my videos at H.264. H.265 I guess is newer, but I don't like it. Firefox doesn't like it nearly as much, and I don't know if I'm sold on 265 quality. So I leave it at 264. But what I had to do to make sure it was actually leveraging the graphics card is I had to specify that it's 264 using the NVIDIA encoder. I think there's an AMD one in there as well if I were to squint. But I needed to specifically tell it, hey, I need you to use the NVIDIA encoder. I'm actually going to move this to the center of the screen here. So, now, if you're just John Q or Jane Q or Robin Q person, you don't have a graphics card, you don't have to worry about that. Just leave it at 264 and it'll leverage your CPU. Audio. This is where having the original box helps. Because depending, you may want to have more than one audio track. So this is Alien versus Predator. Now, this is going to be where you choose what audio tracks, because we ripped them all. Maybe we don't want all of them. So I see we have English in 5.1 surround, English in DTS 5.1 surround. We have French in 2-channel, Spanish in 2-channel, English in 2-channel, and English in 2-channel. This is where having the original packaging helps, because then you know what's what. What I have found traditionally is that when you get past all the non-English languages, usually the 2-channel English ones sitting at the bottom are commentary tracks. And if you're a film guy and you want to retain the ability to listen to those, you need to add them in. Now, the stock setting is going to dumb down this 5.1 channel audio to stereo, which I don't have a surround sound system. I just use the soundbar. That's all I use. I don't have a 5.1 surround sound system, and I'm guessing if you're watching this on your phone, you probably don't either. You probably don't. So I just mixed it down to stereo. But again, I keep the discs. So 5 years down the line, if I were like, I want a surround sound, I can just go back and re-rip all the movies and add them in 5.1 surround. So what I'm going to do is I want to add those 2 commentary tracks in case Paul Anderson did something really interesting on it that I just got to know about. So I go to tracks. You can add all remaining tracks if you decide you want all the foreign language ones. But I just manually add new track. I'm going to drop down. I'm going to pick the number 5, which looks like a commentary track, and number 6, which also looks like a commentary track. Now, subtitles. Probably going to want those, depending. You may want to retain the option to do so. Subtitle usage is growing very much in this day and age. And it's mostly because movies these days have no fucking clue how to do audio mixing. Sincerely, anyone who's ever watched a Michael Mann movie. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit this button here and hit add all remaining tracks. It's just going to add every subtitle track. Doesn't matter what it is, I want them all. English, French, Spanish, whatever the hell. There's also this foreign audio scan one, which is a little touchy, and we'll touch on that later. And then, of course, I got to figure out what the hell I want to name the damn thing. I don't remember what year Alien vs. Predator came out in. And since this is a re-rip, I'm just gonna give it a detailed view here. Just gonna steal the file name. So let's see. Alien. Alien versus Predator is. Oh, for goddamn ridiculous. Alien versus Predator record. Oh, maybe I have it under. Do I have it under AVP? Did I put it under AVP? Where the heck? This is where I'm like, now I can't fucking read it. Do I not have Alien versus? I must have Alien versus. There it is. Okay. I forget. The first one is Alien versus Predator. The second one is Aliens versus Predator Requiem. It's the plurality of it. So I'm just going to copy it. Usually good form when you're saving a file like this is name of movie, in quotes, year of movie release. This is Alien versus Predator, 2004, and I'm going to hit save, and then start the encode, and off it's going to go. So the job is now running. It is running leveraging my graphics card. It's doing a subtitle scan, and then after that, it'll tell me how long it's going to take to convert the movie. If this is just running off a CPU, it could take, depending on the model, if it's an i5, it could take 40 minutes. If an i7, it could take 10. This is running off my graphics card. It says it'll be done in 6 minutes. What happens when you run it on a computer with a graphics card. All right. Now, the Cowboy Bebop one I was just talking about just finished. So we can go mess with that. Tell you what, I don't remember what drive that was in. I'm going to hit the eject button. I'm going to go grab that movie. And while we're arguing with that, I'm going to go put another movie in that drive. I'm going to go jam Kung Pao in there. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, go put Kung Pao, Cowboy Bebop back in its case here. Just uno momento, por favor. Because, you know, like I said, no wasted motion here. We're gonna get the next movie running here. Remember Blu-rays with 25 gig layers, dual with 50, but 86. Yeah, I think like I want to say like most UHD rips I've ever done are usually like 80 gigs. So okay, it's not Army of Darkness, but that's a whole separate argument. This one? Yes. That's the one that's got Kung Pao, and so I'm going to tell it to do that. Hello, Kami Mommy, welcome on in. So, while Alien vs. Predator is ripping, I'm going to get the ball rolling on Kung Pao, because the handbrake encode is going to take less time than ripping it off the disc. So the disc itself is the biggest bottleneck, so I tend to prioritize those. Again, I'm showing you how I rip all my movies and enjoy them however it is I choose to enjoy them, which has evolved over the years into multiple different ways. I used to watch them on a PSP and sometimes on a laptop, and now it's on connected devices. Kung Pao is taking a moment to scan, is figuring out everything that is on the disc. Still going, still going. Still going. Almost done, almost done. Come on, you're holding up shit here. Excuse me. This is nice. I like this. You know what it is? The minute I click back into handbrake, it's going to finish. So why don't we make that happen? Tell you what, while that's going, I'm going to go have a look at the Cowboy Bebop one we just finished scanning. So would you look at that? Of course it finished. So the one we just pulled up right now, we just ripped this movie, Cowboy Bebop, the movie. So if I go at the summary tab here, I see the little preview thing. It's got pictures from the movie. There's Spike going through the market. There's the dorky guy. There's the one who's voiced by, what's her name? Lady Shep. Damn it, what is her name? She's Metal Gear. She's Dr. Naomi. Jennifer Hale, thank you. Yes, in the English dub, she's Jennifer Hale. That's where Faye was locked up. There's that guy. There's that guy. There's Faye with her titties out non-consensually, which is... they're awesome. I don't like that that's why they came out. And big fight towards the end. So, again, we have the same end code up here, so I don't have to worry about fucking with any of that. I got everything. It's going to do automatic cropping. Video quality is already where I want it. Now, this being a anime film, I may want to have multiple language options here. Maybe I want to hear Steve Blum. Maybe I don't. So the stock language is actually pulled off the disc here is the Japanese dub. If I want to have the other languages, I need to add them in. So I'm going to add the English language track in. You know, I've never actually watched the movie in French. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to put the French track in there too. Why not? So we got that. There, I can watch the movie in English, French, and Japanese. And of course, if I'm going to watch it in French or Japanese, I'm going to need the language tracks. So we're going to get those added in too. And then it's just a matter of what the hell do I call this? And since this is a re-rip, I can just have a look in here. Cowboy, I just called it Cowboy Bebop the movie 2001. So I'm just going to copy that title there. Go ahead and jam that in over here. We're going to paste in the title, Cowboy Bebop the movie 2001. Since the job is already running, I'm not going to hit start. I'm going to hit add. And now that is the next job in the queue. So that'll be off doing its thing. Hey, La Bombo, good evening. So True Lie, okay, so Kung Pao just finished. Scanning, that is. So again, all I'm interested really in is the film. And again, you can squint later at your heart's content. We have a 3.7 gig file here with an estimated runtime of 1 hour and 21. That's going to be the movie. So I'm going to take that. Delete my extraneous / here, and tell it to start ripping Kung Pao. Now, Alien vs. Predator has finished, and looks like it clocked in at 857 meg. Hey, that's not bad. In this version, the handbrake will actually tell me what percentage of the file size it is relative to the original source file. So I've created a version of it that is 16% the original file size, which is not bad. Not bad at all. You used to just rip whole ISOs, then deal with them virtually if you wanted to, instead of messing with the DVD drive on the family PC. Well, there's some other tips and tricks that we're going to delve into here in a little bit. We'll just get... I'm going to wait for True Lies here. In fact, before True Lies finishes, excuse me, I have to go get something. Because I know what you're thinking. Pib, why would you rip DVDs? Why wouldn't you rip Blu-rays? They're higher quality. Surely there isn't something unique specifically to DVD that would necessitate maybe doing multiple different versions of a single film. Enter the 4K version of True Lies. This is an abomination. And of course I'll tell you why. Hey, Funkadilla Chica, welcome on in. So, we watched this video on the show quite some time ago, but I'm going to pull it back up here. Give me just a moment. True Lies, for the longest time, only existed in a DVD format. In fact, it only existed in this DVD format. For the longest time, if you wanted a physical copy of True Lies, this was all you had. This DVD with no bonus features, just this DVD. Now, and within the last year or so, they finally went, all right, we fucked up. We never actually released this goddamn thing in HD or in 4K, so we're gonna do that version. And, it's another thing that AI has ruined. Summon
This channel
YouTube.
isn't really known for movie content. Well, not content people like, anyway. But I wanted to talk about the use of AI in film restorations, because we don't get much time to discuss these things in advance. AI has potential to do a lot of great things, but also a lot of harm. And it's moving so fast that we've been discovering what and who it's going to break in real time as it's happening. James Cameron recently gave us a shot across the bow for another application of AI: Hollywood film remasters. Cameron was already known for producing one of the most disappointing 4Ks in the history of the format with Terminator 2, a hyper-processed mess with enough grain reduction to turn characters into cartoons, and so much teal that the original colors have been terminated from this timeline.
Terminated fucker.
His new 4Ks take the revisionism to a new level by incorporating Park Road's AI upscaling. Peter Jackson developed this tech to make low-quality war footage look more like modern video for the sake of better realism. It was used in the Beatles documentary Get Back for the same reason. You could argue that it's impressive that the AI cleans up such old footage this well. You could also argue that it looks like creepy, uncanny digital shit. Enhancing found archival footage is one thing, but some people would argue that this process is antithetical to what 4K movie restorations are about. My source on that is me. Me people would argue that. The best 4K releases tend to follow a pretty simple template. Clean and scan the negative, repair any obvious signs of damage, and restore the colors to match the original grading, with as little meddling beyond that as possible. The process shouldn't be about modernizing the style or forcing the film to look like digital video. 35mm film was capable of incredible picture quality, and 4K is the first home format capable of delivering most of that detail. That should be good enough. A well-done 4K is like having a pristine copy of the original negative to watch in your own home, with the full data from that celluloid, grain and detail alike, digitally preserved forever. And that's the problem with deep learning algorithms. They can't preserve details. They make their best guess about what an object is supposed to be, then pull new details out of their digital assholes and smear them across the screen. This is a bit technical, I know, but try to keep up. True Lies is the best demonstration of why this remastering approach was a horrendously bad idea. Faces regularly become host to a menagerie of parasites, burn scars, and porcelain cracks. Lines are oversharpened to the point of making Arnie look like crinkled leather, and Tom Arnold, a spectacle to behold in his prime, looks to be in the early stages of Emperor Palpatineism. The AI inserts these details because it doesn't have a great grasp on human skin yet. Keyword yet. Not only does this fake detail suck, it has no temporal stability. Faces phase between AI over-sharpening and soft blurriness from one second to the next. Features like eyelids bizarrely cut through out-of-focus shots with razor clarity. It seems the algorithm was able to recognize that something was a face and drew googly eyes onto it regardless of whether it made sense relative to the rest of the frame. Hair always looks like a video game render, some kind of digital wig applied to the actors' heads, and these synthetic details also remain uncannily sharp when the actor is otherwise blurred by motion. The AI...
That actually instance of Jamie Lee Curtis, screaming about the bridge is a great moment because, yeah, she should be blurry as all hell, and yet the hair sticks out.
Details also remain uncannily sharp when the actor is otherwise blurred by motion. The AI tries its best with distant faces, but always renders them as if in the midst of possession by a squishy demon. Any unusual lighting conditions or obstructions confuse the results. An eyeball briefly melts like a Salvador Dali clock, or warps along with the edges of smoke lines, and it's hard to shake the feeling that pupils are going wrong in several ways at once. And of course, you get a few fucked up hands. AI was supposedly going to deliver next-generation grain removal, able to reduce noise without removing detail, but it seems to accomplish the reverse. Jamie Lee Curtis's face is hyper-smoothed, but the grain is still there, as if the algorithm targeted her skin itself. Lines appear too deep because of the over-sharpening, which is exaggerated even more by how smooth the rest of the face is in comparison, giving the actress a borderline ghoulish appearance. The small facial nuances of performances are plastered over by the AI's bullshit, turning even the most basic emotions weird. What used to be human expressions of affection have become cold mechanical simulations, wrought from the jaws of rubber-skinned apparitions masquerading in the places of ones once called Curtis and Governator. The over-sharpening produces so many halos that even the simplest shots look green-screened, undermining a lot of the very real, very expensive stunts that were done in-camera.
So you may be curious as to what exactly they mean by haloing. Let me see if I can get a good still here.
Undermining a lot of the very...
Maybe go back like a little bit here.
So many...
So, here's a great example. So it's like there's like little green tinge around my hair. Maybe sometimes it gets a little bit brighter towards the end and then it just turns into the picture. Because, green screening ain't always the most perfect thing, and there's usually telltale signs that something's been green screened. What they mean by haloing is that I don't know if whether the code like anti-aliasing has been like defiltered or what, but like if you look at like the side of Arnie's head here, for instance, it looks like there's like a bright line that shouldn't be there. And when it's observed in motion, it ends up just looking like they've been green screened into a spot, despite the fact that they're actually fucking there on that bridge. It's maddening.
Halos that even the simplest shots look green screened, undermining a lot of the very real, very expensive stunts that were done in camera.
Or that it is so hyper sharpened the outline of perhaps someone's hair that it looks like green screen because it no longer looks like natural hair, just like kind of like what. I mean, honestly, my wig here is kind of a great example. Yeah, it looks like an outline.
There are also odd color banding issues. A few shots are aliased to the point of looking like they were pulled from a laserdisc. There's not much information about the sources used for this remaster, so it's hard to say what's going wrong here. And it's hard to compare against past releases because the film never came to Blu-ray, adding insult to injury that this is the only modern version fans will get. Now, I'm no expert. I haven't seen all movies. But I'd feel safe calling this one of the worst film restorations ever done, because I've never laughed out loud at a fucking remaster before. This is almost worthy of a bad movie night with friends, where you drink every time the AI fucks something up. It starts looking like shit from literally the first moment a human being is on screen. As reviled as Terminator 2's 4K is, it's by far the better looking disc by virtue of having some good looking shots. True Lies looks like the entirety of the film was generated frame by frame in DALL-E. Aliens is the release I was really excited for, and it barely fares any better.
The point's basically been made at this point. So, yeah, now, I bought this for two reasons. One, I recently acquired the ability to do 4K, which is the whole secondary discussion. But this is a Blu-ray, so it's standard 1080p disc, and then the 4K disc. It's two different discs, and I had assumed that it was only the 4K version that had been dicked with, and that the 1080p Blu-ray would be fine. Narrator's voice, it was not fine. So even the regular Blu-ray has that fucking effect on it. So if I want to watch True Lies without playing an eternal game of spot the AI fuck up, then I have to use the goddamn DVD. And now you know the rest of the story. So that is why we have just finished ripping the DVD of True Lies. So yeah, stick to your True Lies DVD. Just do that. So that just finished, and I'm going to go ahead and import that into Handbrake. Ooh, would you look at that? Cowboy Bebop finished. It came in at about 1,200 meg, but admittedly there's 3 audio tracks in there. So, but also, I have like an 18 terabyte external hard drive, so I can afford the high file size. Now, I'll pull this back up here. So this is my Plex server. This is usually how I consume the movies that I rip. As you can see, there's quite a lot of things on there. A lot of things, whole lot of things. a whole lot of things that were always clearly gotten off DVDs and never ever in any other context. Ignore the copy of Megalopolis that's on there. It totally got a physical release. And if you come here and you tell me that it doesn't, I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up. I don't know, my cousin in China got it or something. You have a Chinese cousin? Until you can produce evidence that I don't, yes I do. Now, this is what I do with the resulting files, but it does not necessarily have to be what you would do with the resulting files. Oh, hey, look, a 4K of Staying Alive is down there. Very nice. There's lots of different ways you could use this. Like, for example, you can just watch it on your computer, depending on what connected devices you have in the house. I seem to remember there was a way you could use iTunes. You could import the video into iTunes, and if you had the Apple TV thing, you could load it through that. I think my parents sometimes, they would load onto a hard drive and then just plug the hard drive into a USB slot on the TV, and then they could watch shit that way. Again, you could put it on your phone. I don't think Nintendo Switch I don't think has a video player, so that's out as an option. But lots of different ways you could choose to consume the things that you have. And again, I remember back in the day, I used to load it onto my PSP and watch it while I was working. And then when the work got pissed off that I was doing that, I would just rip the audio tracks and listen to it like it was a podcast on an MP3 player. I was like, all right, fine, I can't watch the movie? Fine, I'll listen to it. There's lots of different things you can do. And again, I use Plex. Again, hashtag not sponsored. I know Plex has gotten a lot of a bad rap lately, and it's well-deserved. And there's other options out there. I don't know what they are. I started using Plex early 2010s. And used to be for free. You could stream it outside the house. So I could take all this shit. Sometimes I visit my folks in Canada. So what I do is I leave the computer on at home, fly to Canada, sign into Plex on their stick. Boom, we can watch my movies. They have now since made that a paid feature, which, yeah, I can understand why that would piss people off. Now, for me, weird confluence of events. So I decided, I was like, you know what? I've used this software for over 10 years. I suppose you could have some money out of me. I paid for the lifetime pass because it was like $100, and they said, get it by such and such date or else it's going up in price. And I'm like, you know what? I've been using it for over 10 years. You're entitled to some money. You're entitled to financial compensation. So I bought the lifetime pass. I come to find out after that date elapses and the price goes up that they were going to start pay-gating streaming outside the residence or immediate home network to people who are either paying for the subscription plan or the lifetime pass. And I'm like, well, I'm glad I bought the lifetime pass. I'm pissed that I had to buy it in order to keep that feature. But I suppose at that point they already had my money, so who fucking cares? So, like I said, you've got options. Now, let's get back to the rippin'. Also, again, very lovely wallpaper, I know. That person is also wearing yoga pants. So don't get any ideas. All right, so let's pull our 2 sessions of MKV back up. I'm pretty sure they're both done. Yeah, they're both done. I'll tell them both to eject, actually. Tell you what, before we go any further, let's swap out those discs for other discs. So I'm gonna go grab True Lies and Cowboy Kung Pao, and then I'm gonna swap them out with let's see, let's do some Canadian movies. I'll start ripping Bon Cop Bad Cop, which you can't really see much of, and Bounty Hunters featuring Trish Stratus. So gonna go do a whole disc swap. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, not literally 2 seconds. You know what I mean. Alright, Kung Pao goes over here. True Lies goes over here. And then, let's see, Bounty Hunters goes in here. And then Long Cop, Bad Cop goes over here. All right. So let's see here. So they're scanning, figuring out what is where. Loading. Ignore the whole army of darkness thing. We'll get to that later. So you're going to go after Bon Cop, Bad Cop, Disc 1. And you're going to go after Bounty Hunters. Also known as bail enforcers in other markets. Yeah, here's the problem. There's a dead body in the trunk. Exactly, Spectre Saunders. Yeah, let's get Handbrake back up here, too. All right, so all the jobs are also all finished there, too. Tell you what, let's start looking at that True Lies rip that we did. So, that folder here. Now, did I bring... I did not bring the cases back with me. Excuse me. I had one job. Bring the cases back. What did I not do? Bring the cases back. Alright, so we've pulled out the True Lies rip that we did. I noticed in the back that it doesn't seem to mention any director's commentary tracks. So I immediately know I don't have to start worrying about looking for those. So, again, I got my preset. That's all good. That looks like True Lies alright. I'm going to take the unprecedented move of actually jamming the quality slider a little bit more over to higher quality for reasons we outlined earlier. In fact, you know what? Further. All the way up there. I want that video quality. And then, since I know there's no commentary tracks, I'm just going to leave the 2-channeled one there and leave it at that. Subtitles, and that's where it's going to get interesting, because I know, like, there's a handful of spots where people don't speak English in that movie. So what you see sometimes with some DVDs, and I guess I'd only find out after watching if this is the case, sometimes when you're watching a movie, they physically have, like, they're assuming that the audience watching is English. I'm trying to think of a good example here. Well, I guess I'll just use True Lies. There's this part in very early in the movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger comes out of this guy's office and he has to make up an excuse as to why he was wandering around this part of the house where guests aren't expected to be. So he says something. Where's the bathroom? I need to take a major leak or something. And it's all subtitled because he's allegedly speaking in Arabic. And you can tell that it's Arabic because underneath the subtitle, the foreign language, it says in parentheses, in perfect Arabic. Rim shot. Now, sometimes that's physically burned into the video, and sometimes it's on a separate track. What movie Handbrake is going to do is sometimes, if there is a foreign language thing like that, where it's not embedded in the film, but it would otherwise bring up a subtitle track to denote it. That's usually where the stock foreign audio scan comes in here. So it's going to target forced only. So like if the actual subtitle track of the film was going to engage for that, it'll only target that. And it's going to burn it into the video. So even if there's no subtitle track enabled at all, that will just be embedded into the MP4, whatever the hell you want to call it. So, usually you don't touch this. There are limited times where you do have to fuck with this. The Blu-ray of LA Confidential stands out in my mind as an example. Now, because we have True Lies already on here, I want to denote that this version of True Lies is different from the other version of True Lies. So let's see. True Lies 1994 4K UHD. We're going to call this something else. We're going to call this True Lies 1994 DVD. And we're going to tell that job to start. While that's doing its thing, as you can see, it finished the scan for Bounty Hunters and Bon Cop, Bad Cop, which is a very interesting dual language Canadian buddy cop film. See, Bounty Hunters. As you can see, there's not really any special features. It's just the movie and maybe some trailers. So we're just going to rip the thing that's clearly the movie. Tell it to rip that. Bon Cop, Bad Cop, Disque 1. Gonna just do the film there. And that's going to be an interesting example, because I'll get to that. And we'll tell that to rip as well. Now, sometimes you find yourselves in an odd situation where the movie's not all on one disc. You know, back in the day, you ever watch Scarface on VHS? How about Casino? How about Titanic? How about The Godfather? You know, back in the day, there's like different. You ever record something with a VHS? There was like different quality settings you could pick, and the lower quality you went, the more things you could fit on the tape. There was like usually like a 2-hour option, a 4-hour option, and a 6-hour option. Now, you know, not all movies were under 2 hours. So if they wanted to do a movie that was longer than 2 hours, they either needed to sacrifice video quality, put more tape in the tape, or in some instances, physically put the movie on 2 VHS tapes. Now, the switch to DVD managed to make a lot of situations that was no longer necessary. For example, Casino fits all on one DVD. Scarface fits all on one DVD. Godfather Part 1 fits all on one DVD. Godfather Part 2 did not. I'm like, well, what the fuck do you do with that? So if I go into this little scanning thing here and I go through all the ones I pre-made for the show, right? If I go into here, go to the DVD directory, and I pull up, so if I keep scrolling for a bit, I'm going to hit Godfather Part 2A and Part 2B. So if I tell it to scan Part 2A, I'm going to get a video file that's 2 hours and change, and that's it. And if I pull up the other one, again, it's going to take me a minute because I got to find it here. Go on down to Godfather 2 Part 2. Select that folder. It's going to pull up a hour and 14-minute file. Now, unfortunately, if I was just someone just watching things in VLC player, maybe I wouldn't give a shit. But the problem is Plex doesn't really have chill for 2 halves of a movie. Or maybe it does. I don't know. I haven't really ever found out. So I could either encode the 2 of them. I could take both files and slam it into Vegas or Adobe Premiere or whatever, manually stitch them back together, probably lose a lot of quality in the process. Or I can move on to the third tool specified in exclamation point software. We're going to move on to MKV Toolnix. So another program is about to pop up here. This is the tool I use for some advanced stuff, but the biggest thing it tends to see usage for is if I have a movie that's in multiple parts. I have several actual examples of this in my collection, not least of which is this Godfather 2 thing. The Camp Crystal Lake Memories documentary on the Friday the 13th franchise is on 2 Blu-ray discs. My DVD of the Stargate film is on a double-sided disc. So you'd have to watch the movie And then when you get halfway through it, you have to eject the disc, flip it over, put it back in, watch the other half of the fucking movie. And the Owen Hart Heart of Gold 2-disc documentary or 3-disc documentary that I have. And maybe I want it all in one long contiguous file. So what I can do is I can use this tool to stitch them together. So we have a new job here. And, well, I need to add a file. I need to add a file because otherwise what the fuck am I working with here? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on over to Godfather, the first half of the movie. So Godfather 2 A part, just the start of the movie. And it's got all these other things here. It's got all the subtitle tracks and all the audio tracks, and it's all good stuff. Now, the hidden ingredient to take those two files and put them into one file without dicking with anything is if I right-click it and hit append file. Again, that is append file. Do not add file, append file. So now what I need to do is I need to go find the other half of Godfather Part 2. So I'm going to go over to the B folder, which has the second half. I'm going to grab this file here, and it has appended it to it. So now it's going, all right, this file goes, and when that file is done, this one goes. And I'm just going to tell it to start multiplexing. So what it's going to do now is about 5 minutes from now, it's going to spit out a file that's got both of them stitched together. And then I can take that file, shove it into Handbrake. It reads it as one contiguous file. Everything is sunshine, lollipop, and rainbows. Do they do double-sided discs? Yes, lots of movies did double-sided discs. Sometimes, if they wanted to have both the 4:3 aspect ratio and the 16:9 aspect ratio versions in one package, one side would be 16:9, the other one would be 4:3. Sometimes a disc had too many bonus features, so some were on one side of the disc and some were on the other side of the disc. It was a thing that happened. So now, while that's churning, let's go pull another file out here. Let's see. What's one of the ones? Yeah, we just did Kung Pao. Let's get Kung Pao out here. Especially since I've got the... Now, those of you who have seen Kung Pao know where this is going. Now, I need to look at the back of the box here for Kung Pao. Because, let's look at bonus features here. It says full-length audio commentary by Steve Odenkirk. Okay, well, I want that. I want the full-length audio commentary. 2 full-length alternate audio tracks. Original Tiger and Crane Fists. And long-lost book on tape version. So, in this movie, there are 2 bonus audio tracks that might not be available on streaming services. This is a film. It's a comedy film, but it uses footage from actual movies. And what it does is, you ever watch an old kung fu movie or whatever? You know, they're always in foreign languages, and, you know, actors do the best they can to dub over it, and maybe the dialogue is horrible, and of course the lips don't match because it's a fucking dub. Well, this lampoons that. So not only are they doing a horrible dub of a foreign movie, but they've also shot new scenes and superimposed this guy into the old movie. Now, the problem is you can't just sit there and try to mumble Japanese. That'd be offensive. So, when he's recording scenes, he's just saying random dumb shit. And then he dubs it back over. But he's saying random dumb shit, but the random dumb shit's not in the movie. He just dubs in whatever the line is, which is different from the random dumb shit. One of the tracks here restores the random dumb shit. And then the long-lost book on tape version replaces all dialogue with a very Vincent Price sounding motherfucker literally doing every line in the movie. So this is why sometimes having the box handy lets you know what language tracks are on the movie and if they're worth taking off or not. Because sometimes I'm just shooting from the hip, but sometimes I like to know. So now that I'm armed with that very particular piece of information, I'm going to want all the subtitle tracks, which is the way I actually... I gotta go back to my normal preset here. Give me all the subtitle tracks, because fuck it. Now, when I go over to audio here, I know. So we have the normal movie track. And then I told it it's usually foreign language ones. There's the French one. There's the Spanish one. And then once you get past all the foreign language ones, that's usually where you see commentary tracks. So you see there's 3 of them here. So first one's probably going to be the Steve Odenkirk director's commentary. Second one's going to be the real audio. And the third one's going to be the book on tape. We want all of them. So I'm actually going to do, in this case, it'll be faster if I just hit add all remaining tracks and then just cut out the French and Spanish one. Now I've got all 4 audio tracks. So then what I'm going to do is just get the name, and I'm lazy, and this is a re-rip, so I'm just going to steal it. Not Last Showgirl. Not UHF. I just want Kung Pao. Not Kung Fu Hustle. Kung Pao. Just copy the file name there. Go ahead and spit that in here. Browse, thank you. Save, and we'll start the encode. Beautiful. This is looking like your computer last weekend. This is my computer every goddamn weekend. That reminds you of the Galaxy Quest DVD that has the Thermion audio track. Yeah, I don't think they expect you to listen to the whole movie like that, because it loops pretty quickly. You start realizing, okay, that's the same thing I heard 30 seconds ago. So it's not as well thought out, but it's a funny joke. I know that it necessitates ripping the whole thing, but you'd be giving yourself the option. Yeah, it's funny for about 5 minutes. All right. Any chance? Did that finish? Okay, it's still got 20% to go apparently on the Godfather thing. Let's pull out another one from the pile of movies I've been doing here. Are we current on the ones I've actually been ripping so far? Yes, actually. I'm not going to bother with Atomic Blonde. That's a 4K rip. It would literally take all night. Let's pull out... how about... Let's pull out... I mean, I could just go in alphabetical order. That's probably easier. Let's do Appleseed Ex Machina. This is an interesting one because I had the hardest time in the world trying to actually rip that movie. And I actually necessitated using a different tool, which is where some of the other things I mentioned this evening got used. Appleseed Ex Machina. It's the sequel to the Appleseed film released in the mid-2000s. It's sort of anime CG. It's feels like every goddamn every borderline post-apocalyptic anime is we all live in one bubbled city, which is Neo Tokyo or whatever the fuck it is. And it's doesn't Attack on Titan have the same premise? So it's like half anime, half CG. It's the whole thing, and it's of course it's based on another old thing, and so I'm gonna tell that to rip. Let's see. We have English. I'm gonna want the Japanese track, so I'm gonna add the Japanese language. And it looks like there's a director's commentary track at the bottom, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that as well. Gonna do that. And then, of course, I'm going to want all the subtitles. So we'll go ahead and grab all of those. Perfect. And, again, I'm going to want a file name because that's a re-rip. Or, arguably, it could be a first-time rip, but that's a whole separate discussion. Anyway, actually, looks like I just did that one. Well, fuck it. You'll do it again anyway. So you'll go ahead and paste that in there. So I have that to work with. We'll add that to the queue, bada bing, bada boom. Now again, depending on the computer you're doing this on, it may take a lot longer. It may use up a lot more resources. It might be the sort of thing where you just tell the computer to do that and you go about your life. Because when I was visiting my parents, I did this on their computer. Their home computer is not the same as a tricked out gaming machine. It took a lot longer to do these things. It just meant every time I went inside to get a beer, I would fuck around with their computer. Does make you wonder what's the biggest file to rip or longest time for a movie to get ripped. I mean, the 4Ks that I've been ripping are about 80 gig. In fact, if I were to look at the folder I've been depositing the rips into here, were I to do that, the Atomic Blonde one here, that's actually a 4K rip of, let's see if I can get a right click on here. The computer's doing a lot, so it's kind of starting to chug. So I look at this thing here, it's gonna say probably about 80 gigs. Again, I'm ripping 2 movies and I'm encoding 2 at the same time. It says, that's a 51? Oh, that's a lot lighter than I thought that would be. Ignore me. Okay, so it's only 51 gig. Am I sure I ripped the... It's like, am I sure I ripped the 4K of that one? Alright, fair enough. Let's see, let's get the other video folder here as well. So some of these are just loose files that I've not bothered to categorize properly here. It's, again, taking a moment to load because that computer's under a lot of load right now. My guess is once the Godfather thing is done, it should lighten up considerably. So as you can see, we've got some of the rips we've made here. We got Alien vs. Predator, Cowboy Bebop the movie, True Lies. There's a barbed wire featurette. I can't show it to you. It's actually a very solid reason as to why it might be beneficial to keep your DVDs around, even when you've got all your Blu-rays. That featurette of barbed wire is a 10-minute video of Pamela Anderson in slow motion, topless, having water sprayed on her. It is not on the Blu-ray. It is only on the DVD. And if I could think of one thing I would have wanted to see on a Blu-ray, it is a 10-minute video of Pamela Anderson, topless, being sprayed with water. But now everything's gone all woke, and now we won't put that on the fucking Blu-ray release. It's just...
The fuck do I do with you now?
No, I cannot. It is not safe for Twitch. Anyway, Gimmick Puppet wants me to vocalize the computer right now.
The computer is like, I'm working overtime today.
It certainly is. The bitrate difference between even a regular Blu-ray and what Netflix considers 4K is embarrassing, and this should be. Yeah. I've seen a lot of TikToks on the topic where it's like, yeah, it says this is HD or whatever, but it's either 720p or there's massive artifacting or whatever. Because, yeah, they're compressing the hell out of that to save on bandwidth costs. Apparently, there was one I see, I don't know if it was HBO Max or whatever, but there was one streaming service where there was like a casual 1080p option, and then if you wanted, you could drill down and get the higher bitrate 1080p option or something like that. I don't remember which one. I feel like it might be HBO, but I'm not 100% on that. But like, oy vey. So what was I looking for here? Yeah, we looked at all those. I could copy and paste them onto the media server now, so why don't I do that? So let's take Alien vs. Predator, Cowboy Bebop, True Lies, the DVD. Let's cut those files. I'm going to put them into the directory here. It should ask me to tape over 2 of those. Because, yeah, True Lies DVD did not exist here originally. So we'll go ahead and, so it's pasting that, and then after that's done, it's probably going to say, hey, did you want to tape over these other 2? And the answer is going to be yes. Yes, would I like to replace these files? Yeah, replace. Also, wait, why did it only ask me about 1 of those? It should have asked me about 2 of them. Huh. Why did it only ask me about 1 of them? Oh. Wait. I hadn't... Oh. Wow, that's an ancient rip. Oh. Cowboy Bebop, you were done. Okay, so is that actually working? I can pull that up. So you're actually functioning, right? It's working. It's working. Okay, good. Movie is working. Yada, yada, yada. Perfect. Okay, so it's a different file type. That's an M4V. Wow, I must not have re-ripped that one in a hot minute. We can make that one go bye-bye. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell the Plex server, hey, there's been a change in the directory. Please scan differences. So I'm going to tell it to scan the library. It'll process any changes. It's going to think on it up there. And because I have the silly lifetime thingy, it's also going to detect where credits are in movies. So and it can also detect intros and TV shows. So if you wanted to not watch The Office intro for the 400 millionth time, I could just hit a skip button. So what's going to be most notable here is, yeah, it's going to detect that Alien vs. Predator changed. It'll update it with the new file. It'll do the same thing for Cowboy Bebop. And then if we were to go down here, I guess, and look for True Lies. So under the T's, you got to go pretty far into the T's for this one here. T-O... Trainwreck, True Lies, so down here. So there's two versions of the movie on here. So if I decided I wanted to hate myself, if I just hit the play button, I assume it's just going to pull up the 4K version. I'm not going to pull audio up here. So there's the horrifying 4K version. And I'm like, maybe I don't want to watch the horrifying 4K version. I think if I go here, actually, I think what I can do then is just X out. And again, computer's under low, so it's going to take a second. So yeah, maybe I don't want the horrifying 4K version. If I go into here, I can hit play. Where's play version? Play version, second from the top, and say, yeah, I don't want the 4K, the 16.2 megabit 4K. Give me the 3.2 megabit standard definition one. And yeah, it's lower quality, but I don't think anyone's head is melting. It looks like a regular movie instead of a fucking abomination. So I got that going for me now. Very nice. Also, yeah, can we just minimize this? Thank you. And let's see, what else do I want to... Anything I want to do before we do the BRB here? Okay, one of the discs is finished. Okay, Godfather Part 2 finally finished. Putting together. So I can close at MKV Toolnix now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up specifically that Godfather folder. Because I spit the file into one of them. It's just a matter of which one that I put it into. DVD folder that I made. Donaby, welcome on in.
Hello there.
Hello there. Welcome on in. All right, so if I go down to G for Godfather, I want Part 2A. There should now be two files in here. So one of them is going to be 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's the one we want. Give me every goddamn subtitle file there. Give me... I'm going to guess the second one's a commentary track. The second English one. And then... give me a title here. Godfather Part 2. Apparently I haven't re-ripped that since last summer. So Godfather Part 2. 1974. Save. Whack, add to queue. Off it goes. Beautiful. Alright, we've been live for about 2 hours. We're going to take a little BRB. Permit y'all to get up and stretch, use the rest facilities. I may go grab me a couple more ice cubes. We get back, reintroduce ourselves, talk about Pib Madness, rip a couple more movies, maybe watch some trailers. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I go get some more dumb DVDs that we rip. Ones that are even stupider than the ones I got in this pile. We'll be right back after these messages from my Parasite Eve playthrough, I guess. Oh my my God, it's the statue of communism. Oh my God. Look out, lady. We are here because the mitochondria allows us to be here. Again, if it's all caps, you have to scream it. Listen, I don't make the rules here. But you're not saying the mitochondria is doing all this consciously, right? What the kind of dumbass debate have we wandered into here? Daniel, last night you were considering eating the barrel of your gun, and now you're discussing the self-awareness of the mitochondria. You've had quite an arc in the last 24 hours. I'm sorry, where are you driving in New York that you can drive that fucking fast? Am I driving so fast that the game just can't spawn in cars anymore?
All units! Someone just jumped a turnstile in the subway!
We gotta get to that turnstile jumper and plug it full in! That's $3 worth of fare he could have given to the city! Listen, I don't know what else gets NYPD moving that fast. Daniel, stop. You could just pronounce his name as one solid word, you know. I gotta get my boy, rookie. Also, yeah, annoying question. Have I been characterized? Apparently I'm a 25-year-old rookie. What department am I even a detective in? How is any of this in my jurisdiction? What am I working at? Robbery? Homicide? Sex crimes? Major case? Narcotics? Vice? Counterfeiting? What branch of the NYPD am I even a fucking detective in? I could be a meter maid for all we know. Harry rushed in there without listening to Daniel and Daniel shot him in the back. IAP's gonna be here in 20 minutes. Don't fucking say nothing.
Humans are weak. Mitochondria can self-evolve. Wait, hang on. Wait, what is this line read? Humans are weak mitochondria can... Listen, I don't want to sound like Orson Welles, but maybe you should put a semicolon there. I feel like this is not the proper use for the dash. Okay, fuck it, I'll just read the line that's written here. Humans are weak mitochondria. You can't put the dash there, because it just looks like someone's stupid fucking abbreviated last name. Hi, hello, and welcome to the weak mitochondria family. What's the story behind that? We wanted to keep our names, so that's what we did.
Also, this concert was canceled. How did everyone get here? Oh my God! They're all turning into marinara! All we have to do now is get him together with the flying spaghetti monster, and we'll have one hell of a meal!
You will not ruin my plans as you did last night. Bye!
Stop! It's like hell. My spine doesn't work. She's just stuck like this. Also, I don't know if you told me a mass casualty terrorist incident went down at Carnegie Hall involving this play the previous night, I'm probably not going to attend the one in Central Park that apparently was canceled. Yes, but Peb, something about mitochondria. Shut up! This is not Star Wars! You cannot just midi-chlorian your way to all the fucking answers! Corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. They're the same picture, obviously.
Your genes are stronger than I thought.
Oh, can we not do a fucking American Eagle ad right now? Please, we just got Sydney Sweeney out of the public consciousness. Do we have to dredge this back up?
It's fine. It's cool. You can say that we are nothing, but you know the truth. Again, you get the fucking point of this thing.
Daniel, I need you to help evacuate the citizens. Why? The NYPD has like hundreds of thousands of officers and support staff. The FDNY. Does Parasite Eve take place in a strange alternate universe New York City where only 10 officers work for the entire NYPD? Shouldn't we stop him, sir? I told you, you're not going anywhere until you put some fucking pants on.
Do you wish you could drive in the left lane and just hang out there for the entirety of your commute? and then cut across 2 lanes of grad students in Yaris's because you're about to miss your exit? Student loans. Do you wish you could flip off a grandmother of 3 for daring to go 50 in a 55? Get off the road, Ethel. Do you wish you could ask for and receive roadhead? You want to be bold. You want to be fearless. You want your limits to have no limits. You need the fucking audacity. The audacity. Change lanes. Leave the turn signal on. Take up 2 spots. If you're at a Whole Foods, take up 4 and see if the power of whole grains gave Quinoa Kendall enough of a spine to do something about it. The fucking audacity smells like the hope of a more punchable tomorrow, of kicking your neighbor down an endless MC Escher staircase without fear of being sued, because anybody who'd willingly live next to you for 15 years should know better than to let coolant leak from his Ford Fusion onto your freshly seeded Kentucky bluegrass. The audacity is a proprietary blend of vetiver, sandalwood, and road rage sweat. Essential oils, not on your life. Sandalwood is an essential oil. We use differential oils. To have the audacity is to remain flammable at all times. See that red light up ahead? Don't you dare coast to it. You get over there like it's 1982 Kathleen Turner calling you over for a bit of How's the Weather in Bald Knob, Arkansas. That's a real place. Go first at every 4-way stop. Go west on an eastbound 1-way street. Never let them know your next move. Turn signals are for apple polishing doormats. And stop worrying about the law. Cops need to remember who pays their salary. Yes, officer, a single bungee cord is plenty to secure this queen-sized Serta mattress to my Honda Fit. In fact, when it comes to securing my load, your wife can fill you in on all the details. Hey! Let go! Let go of me! I have rights! I'm a sovereign citizen! Am I being detained? As a free person, I do not recognize the authority of your jurisdiction! Remanded to the custody of the state awaiting trial. Don't let Big Auto tell you how to live your life. Unlock the nerve. Unlock the power. Unlock the audacity.
Well, along with the fucking audacity is the Piv Madness Tournament. The little tournament with 32 furry games or furry adjacent games have been battling it out to see who will be crowned the champion. Tonight's ongoing matchup in the Modern region is seeing the 3rd-seeded Garfield Lasagna Party for the Nintendo Switch going up against the 7th-seeded My Friendly Neighborhood for Windows PC. Will we be seeing the Eldritch Horror Garfield in the Garfield Lasagna Party, or will we merely be helpful and just mail normal off Abu Dhabi like he usually does? And it's going up against My Friendly Neighborhood, which seems to have a very lethal amount of Muppets infesting it. Perhaps we have to take a shotgun to it. We'll see. All right. Command is about to be in chat if you have not already voted. You click through on that link and you make your thoughts known on the matter. The matchup will run for about the next 2 hours, or hour and 50, I should say. And at the end, we'll know which of those two is going to advance to face Tokyo Dungeon. Right now, this is a pretty close matchup, but I think there's still some precincts that have yet to report in, so vote early and vote only once, because that's the way it fucking works. Now then, let's get back to what we usually do around here. We'll re-explain what we're doing here, and then we'll have some more fun. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Piv, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel, is of course and is always well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome H-ford for my own hubris and all these breasticles, these massive heaving breasticles. Maybe fake, the retro is real. That's a real i7 7th gen with a GTX 1060, which is kind of retro. Look, you come by tomorrow night, we'll be playing WWF Old Mercy. It'll be really old-timey then. This is more of a retro show in spirit, where we're showing you how to rip your DVDs for yourself or for that special someone. We'll get into TV DVDs shortly and what to do when your DVD rip goes wrong. But before we can do that, listen. It is time for us to do our nightly commitment to excellence. We're the most serious, unserious broadcaster, the most professional, unprofessional broadcaster. And as such, we need to make sure everything here is hunky-dory. I gotta make sure the green screening looks good. I gotta make sure there's no extraneous fixtures in the shot. And this chair that your professor is sitting on, you cannot be permitted to see. So if you'll give me just a moment, I'll make sure that it's all Gucci back there, okay? Now, usually when I do this, I usually pull up my own show so I know what it looks like, and I stare at that monitor up there. But then it would be there. So, well, let's see if we can still do that. Actually, I'm not sure if we can. Hang on a minute. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna kill the capture card for just a second. Because, yeah, I need to visually see what I'm doing, make sure I'm not doing anything wrong, so I have to pull up my own goddamn show. Where's my mouse? Mouse. So, yeah, I'm not signed into Twitch on Firefox, but I am signed in on Chrome. So then, in theory, all I should have to do is there, my own channel. Yeah, if I just do that, I should be fine. Yeah, just do that. Yeah, that'll work. Perfect. All right, right. I said chair check. All right, perfect. Let's get that all taken care of right about now. A little bit of this first. All right, let's make sure the chair looks good. So, okay, that looks pretty good there. All right. Then I need to see what's shaking over there. That part's not too bad, all things considered. Yeah, that's pretty good down there. Then I just need to concern myself with what's going on in the back. What is going on back there? Get a little closer. It's all good. Hang on, the entire back of the chair covered. Looks like it is. It looks like it is. Yes. Yes, it's all covered up back. Good. There, chair is all covered, and so is my ass in these yoga pants. You know, this is kind of iconic. I think we're gonna sit here like this for a minute or two. It is absolute cinema, I know. Isn't it glorious? Well, tell you what, I'm gonna toast all those benches that are next to me here. Give me a little bit more of the Canadian whiskey here. Beautiful. That'll be the second and the last one this evening here. I touched your boob. Oh my God, we're forming a boob touching line. Consensually, of course. It's going all the way down. Now, can I... Oh. Oh, dear. It's going to go all the way down the line. Humana, humana, humana. Come on, you'd do it too if you had the technology. You absolutely would. Humana, humana, humana. You know, of course, I could also just go humana, 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 but it's more fun to go humana, humana, humana. Well, great, that is two hands doing it. This is the dumbest show on Twitch, I swear to God. Anyway. Let's get that gotten rid of here. Oh, activate keyboard. There, perfect. Yes, the multiverse of PiBcast. So on tonight's broadcast, it being Valentine's Day and all, I'm teaching you something you can teach to that you can use on that special someone. Maybe the special someone is a different person. Maybe the special someone is you. What better way to say I love you than by digitizing your media collection? So we've been teaching you how we've been using Make MKV to make the file, and we've been using Handbrake to make the file into a nice smaller file that can then be used on whatever the hell. So we've got two interesting use case scenarios that I loaded in during the break. OneDrive has a television DVD. It is season 4, disc 1 of Law and Order. That's the one on the right side of your screen. The one on the left side is a DVD of Army of Darkness. Now, both of these are going to be interesting for different reasons, which we will get to as we analyze the files. Me pre-preparing a bit for an audience that needs to learn about things. So thoughtful. Because to this point, I've only been doing movies, but if I'm being honest with you, and you're like, no, I would prefer if you bullshit us. Using it for movies is great, but using it for TV is way better. Because, like, imagine suppose you're someone in this house who was really into, I don't know, let's say Lost. And you had all of them on DVD, but you know, who wants to argue with the DVD player? Who wants to babysit all the individual discs? Who wants to fuck with a thing like that? Who wants to know why the season 2's got the wrong fucking poster? Excuse me. That's better. You're like, maybe, what if I could just binge the thing and not even have to argue with the discs? Well, that's where the real fun is, because I know Rio has DVDs for all 6 seasons of Lost, and she likes watching Lost. So, in much the same way that I could use this, or maybe other types of media server softwares to watch individual movies, you can also use it to chronologue seasons of television shows. You can do that. You absolutely the fuck can. And that requires a little bit extra effort here. So on the right side of the screen, we have Law and Order Season 4, Disc 1. Now, with film DVDs, like for instance Army of Darkness over here, it's been easy to tell what's the movie. It's basically, what's the biggest file with the biggest runtime? So this says hour and 20. That's probably the movie. I'm gonna scrub out all these other things, and I'm gonna tell it to rip to a folder called Army of Darkness. I'm gonna tell it to do that, and it's gonna go. Now, on the right-hand side, you've got the Law and Order DVD, and I mean, it could be anything else. It could be Lost, it could be Transformers, Star Trek. I actually still have to encode Season 2 of 3 Star Trek, the original series. So these, depending on the show, especially if it's a 44-minute show, usually fit 4 or 5 episodes on a disc. So I noticed we have 4 files that are each 4 chapters. We have a 1.6 gig, a 1.7, 1.7, 1.6. These are probably the 4 episodes on the disc. Now, you're going to notice that there is a 16 chapter one that weighs 6.7 gigs. You know how when you put in the TV DVD disc, you have the option to play all or just pick individual episodes? That would be what would come up if you hit play all. You probably don't actually want to rip that one. So we're not going to rip that one because it's just, what if those 4 episodes were stitched end on end on end? We don't want them. We want them as individuals. And if I just left this as is, it would rip to a folder called Law and Order. That is hardly descriptive enough for our needs. So I'm going to call it LO for Law and Order, Season 4, Disc 1. And I'm going to tell it to rip to that. So that when I go back and I argue with it later, what I can do is if I have the packaging, which I do, I might be able to hazard which episode is which. Now, one of the other pissers that comes with TV DVDs is the order in which the files are on the disc is not necessarily the order in which they are in broadcast order. So and it's a lot easier to do if it's a show you've already seen and you know which episodes are which, or if it's Star Trek and every single fucking episode begins with the title of the episode. So if it's like like Deep Space Nine, it'll be like a poignant title like In the Pale Moonlight or What You Leave Behind. And if it's Star Trek, the original series, it'll be something called like The Bukkake Endeavor or something like that. The Naked Sperm. Spock's got his brain stolen again. Weird shit like that. So when the title card is at the front, you know, okay, it's this episode. My favorite Deep Space Nine character, it's always Garrick. Just plain, simple Garrick. Always the best. Anyway, and then if you need a resource, like for instance, since I use Plex, there's usually an accepted nomenclature for ripping television shows so that the server can understand it. So for instance, if I go to, let's go to Law & Order SVU, because I've been ripping that and watching that because it's a horrible TV show. Love it. It's so horrible. So for instance, these are all the seasons I have ripped. I have more that I have to do. I'm also missing season 9. So I'm working on season 8. So you'll note in here that I further subdivide it by what was on what disc, and mostly for my own personal purposes. If I need to redo a specific episode for whatever reason, I already know what disc I gotta look at. And then if I go into here, we have SO8 EO1 Informed, SO8 EO2 Clock, SO8 EO3, so on and so forth. Like the usual nomenclature is name of show, what year it came out initially, season, and then it's usually S, whatever season. So if it's season 1, it's SO1. If it's season 12, it's S12. And then E for episode, and then which episode. If it's the first episode, it's EO1. If it's the last season, it could be E23, 24, 26, whatever. Yeah, Sucking Dick and Spock, one of the lost episodes, exactly. Now, let's check in on how those rips are doing here. They seem to be progressing okay, but gosh, that Army of Darkness one looks like it's taken a hot minute. We'll check in with that later. Let's look at some of the other ones we got ripped here and get those going here. So one of the ones we just did was this, I still have to sit down and watch it. I've never actually sat down and watched this, and given how much of an icon she is, that's rather startling that I haven't done that yet. This is a movie called Bounty Hunters. It stars Trish Stratus. I don't think she wears that outfit in the movie. It's from about 2010, 2011. It says wrestling champion and fitness icon Trish Stratus explodes onto the screen in her feature film debut, Bounty Hunters, a thrilling and sexy ride through crime-infested streets where everyone is a price. Jules Stratus and her team of mercenaries struggle to make ends meet until they find what seems like an easy job: deliver a mob informant to the police and claim a $100,000 reward. I'm willing to bet that doesn't go so smoothly. But the mob has its own proposition and gives Jules a choice. Hand over the captive and walk away with $1 million or face death at the hands of the underworld's finest. Now Jules and her group must use every fighting skill they possess in a brutal all-out battle for survival. Apparently the special features are an interview with Trish Stratus, an epic fight behind the scenes, and trailer. So it didn't have much in the way of special features. Oh yeah, this is all B-movie. So let's pull that one up here. We just ripped that, so why don't we deal with that? And since I know it doesn't really have any special features, there probably isn't a director's commentary. So I didn't see any verbiage about that. So we have an English language track, and that's it. And subtitles, are there even any subtitles? There's one, and that's it. And since this is a re-rip, I'll just go ahead and grab the file name here. Let's see, movies, standard, BOU for Bounty Hunters, nestled firmly between Boondock Saints and Breach. That's a movie you only watch once. And we'll go ahead and title that one up and send it on its merry way. Law and Order DVD looks like it's about to finish episode 1. We'll wait till that finishes. Now, a lot of the same tech you're seeing here can also be used to digitize your music collection. So I have some music here. A lot of it, I'm not going to lie, is Rio's music collection. Oh, you can usually tell what's Rio's and what's mine. Let's see. NSYNC, 2 Unlimited. So if you had Rio, and Pib, congratulations, you nailed it. So, for instance, were I to just click on this,
How's the DVD stuff going?
Pretty well. Midnight Wolf, thank you to 38 months. Welcome back. So you can also use this to digitize your old CD collection. Literally all you gotta do is your computer of a disk drive. Okay. Pull up Legacy Windows Media Player. Look for the ripping section. Tell it to rip an MP3 in 320 quality. Boom, off you go. So we have a bunch of albums here. There's some Vaporwave I need to siphon off into its own section. There's a Jennifer Lopez. There's some Jimmy Buffett. A lot of Jimmy Buffett. That's my dad's. There's some Kiss albums. A lot of Phil Collins. A lot of Rick Astley. A lot of Phil Collins. You got Both Sides, Face Value, Going Back, Hello, I Must Be Going, No Jacket Required, Live. I feel like I'm missing one in there somewhere. There's that No Talent Ass Clown, Michael Bolton. That's actually a pretty good album, all jokes aside there. Spice Girls, couple, now that's what I call music. Weird Al. Now, I have soundtracks, but I didn't want to shit up the regular music section, so I made them into their own section. Because, maybe you just want to listen to Jennifer Lopez and you don't want to have to sift through, I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to do that, but you could also just do, I don't know, maybe you just want to listen to Jennifer Lopez, or maybe you want to hear Hornets Are Red, Hornets Are Blue. Again, if you didn't catch that one the first time here on Valentine's Day, hey, whoa, stop it. Hornets are red, Hornets are blue. Hey, it rhymes. So yeah, the same framework I use for watching movies and TV shows can also be used for soundtracks. Now, what I also do is sometimes I have some genres that I kind of split off into their own mini sections because I don't want them shitting up the regular movie section. So if I have a film that's been had either the Riff Tracks treatment or Mystery Science Theater 3000, I have its own section for it here. Because maybe I want to watch Battlefield Earth, the regular version, or maybe I want the one that has half the time screaming, Packers won a Super Bowl! Woo! Maybe I want to have the Riff Tracks version of Money Plane split apart from the regular version of Money Plane. So I got that. All of my kaiju films are all in their own section as well, except for Godzilla -1. I've got that in the regular section, so... I mean, here's a shitload of Godzilla movies. You've got, you know, all the way from the first one all the way down to the one you don't talk about and Shin Godzilla, which is a really funny intro. I love that when he's just beached whale with the giant googly eyes. Starts out as a comedy and then it turns into something a little different, but that's a whole separate discussion. So yeah, I got those in their own section as well. So, yeah, you got that as an option, too. And then you got the Christmas section, because why would you want all those in with the regular shit as well? So all the Christmas crap is in there. I used to watch UFC, and I clearly bought all of these on DVD. Obviously. I don't really watch it anymore. Documentary section. So I've got anything that's sort of like a documentary here. We've got... some Blue Jays World Series things here. There's Bowling for Columbine. The Friday the 13th documentary I talked about. I usually put concerts in here. So there's Duran Duran live from London. Kiss live in Budapest. Journey live in... don't know where the hell that was. The One Heart documentary. Bunch of football things. The documentary with former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. As you can see, the documentary section's a little bit short. I say nonfiction. I used to just call it documentary, but then it's like just nonfiction. And then there's a section for just all the crap movies. All the ones are like, what? Wait, what is this movie? Wait, what? So let's see. You've got David Hasselhoff and Bailout, Sean Bean and Bravo 20, Telly Savalas and Crime Boss. What else is here? Roger Moore and Gold, that atrocious movie made in South Africa during apartheid. You got Tom Clancy's Net Force with Scott Bakula. The Satanic Rites of Dracula with Christopher Lee and what's his name? Grand Moff Tarkin from Star Wars. Peter Cushing? That guy? Some of these may actually get watched on the show sometime. The movie Saturday Nights is going to come back at some point. Net Force is eligible. SST Death Flight is eligible. Sinful Intrigue is not. That's basically a softcore porno. So some of these might show up on the show at some point. Crash Dive, because it's like, listen, we love shitty submarine movies on the Queen Pib show. We know this all to be true. So yeah, you can. I've subdivided it into different sections as well. All right, let's check in on how those rips are doing here. All right, Army of Darkness seems to be coming along. The TV one's going well as well here. Oh, these are all done too. Excellent. You gotta love crap movies. A great movie is a movie, but a crap movie, oh yeah, like that's all like Riff Tracks material there. Now, I'm gonna pull up one of the next ones I ripped here, Bon Cop, Bad Cop. Now, that is an interesting example here, and I may have to actually... I'm gonna pull up the actual video here. So let's go to Bon Cop, Bad Cop here. I may have to excise this on YouTube, but this is for educational purposes only. So Bon Cop, Bad Cop is a Canadian buddy cop film released in 2006. It features a police officer from the Ontario Provincial Police and a detective from La Sûreté de Quebec. Because Ontario cops are uptight and everyone from Quebec is a fucking whore. And because it is a bilingual film. So let's turn off the subtitle track for a second here. Let's go to, say, here. So there's the Quebec cop, played by Patrick Ward, and this is Colm Feore. Colm Feore, you might recognize from, he was in a season of 24. He's in The Sum of All Fears. I think he's in a couple of other things as well. That's Colm Feore there.
Tabarnak, c'est qui s'est occupé du barrage? Ça m'a pris 2 heures de me rendre sur ma propre scène de crime.
Eh ouais, mais là, Dave,
comment... Pour toi, aujourd'hui, c'est détective, Dave.
Martin Ward.
David Butchard.
Enchanté.
Enchanté. Hey, on est tombé sur un gars qui peut parler le française.
Now, ordinarily, when you watch a movie and you don't see what the subtitles are saying, your brain might be going, oh, it's just flavor text. I'm not meant to know what's being said. This movie, you are supposed to know what it says. So this movie has, I believe, 4 or 5 different subtitle tracks. This is where it gets confusing. So there's everything subtitled in English. Just the French thing subtitled in English. Everything subtitled in French. Just the English things subtitled in French. So depending on who you are in Canada, you may have to use one of those 4 subtitle tracks, or maybe none of them. So the question then becomes, do I just put all the subtitle tracks in, or do I just burn one of the languages in there permanently? So, for instance, let's try, and now I have no clue. Let's try track 3 English. Maybe that's just only the French stuff and then doesn't bother translating the English. We'll find out in about 3 seconds. Nice car, though.
Caliste de tabarnak, c'est qui s'est occupé du barrage? Ça m'a pris 2 heures de me rendre sur ma propre scène de crime.
Eh ouais, mais là, Dave, comment...
Pour toi, aujourd'hui, c'est détective, Dave.
So there, now you know what the hell he's saying.
Martin Ward.
Oh, okay.
David Butchard.
Enchanté.
Okay, so that's all. It's like, I don't want all, I just want the French stuff translated. So let's try the other track. So there's also like language jokes in here. Now, he's going to make the subtitle is going to have something that looks unfortunate. What it is he's just maligning, the translation is maligning the word speak, because he's making joke like of the fact that the Ontario guy's French is awful.
Enchanté. Hey, on est tombé sur un gars qui peut parler le française.
It's because it's mistranslating the word speak. They've added an extra letter, but you can see where that would be kind of unfortunate. But it's also not a literal translation, because it would be on a quelqu'un qui peut parler le français. But he instead say on peut parler le française. So he's making he's saying the word French wrong, like he's saying like how Francais, F-R-A-N-C-A-I-S. If you were reading it as an English person, you would go, oh, that's Française. But it's not. A lot of the letters are silent. It would be Francais.
I guess he's the victim.
We can't classify him as a victim.
So yeah, they
yet.
switch between the 2 languages a lot.
Say he's had a bit of a rough night. Not much blood, though.
Where's the part with Rick Mercer? I gotta find the part with Rick Mercer. Because he plays a perfect Don Cherry. Oh, here he is. Yeah.
Be to change your attitudes.
Your
habits, Tom. That's a good point, David. The killer seems to know the habits of all his victims and is using that knowledge to capture them. So it might be a good idea to change your routine if you...
Yeah. What I'm really wondering is why do we have a French cop on our turf? I mean, is this killer not challenging enough for you?
Je vais continuer avec tes hosties de commentaires, tu vas regretter tes cravates laides.
Come again?
He just said what a sharp dresser you are.
No, that's not what I said. I said, go on with your stupid comments about me and you'll regret those ties.
You want a piece of me?
You fais des avances?
Okay, apparently we have a caller.
And at some point, he said, would someone please get this fruit away from me? He plays an amazing Don Cherry. But it's a buddy cop movie about hockey stuff. Hockey stuff seems relevant these days for some reason. It's about a Commissioner Buttman who wants to move the Montreal team to the States, and as such, people are turning up dead because someone doesn't want the team moved. So now, having gone through that, I know that if I want to burn the French language track in there, I need to burn in track 4. So now I know that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to close that out. We're going to go on over to here, and I will scan in Bon Cop, Bad Cop. So Bon Cop, Bad Cop, disc 1. So what I may do is I may do 2 versions. So that film's from 2006. Let's do all subtitles by itself. And we're probably going to need the one audio track. Actually, that's a lot of audio tracks. Does it say director's commentary? Audio commentary by Enrique Ganwell and Kevin Tierney. Oh god, I may just want to argue with that later. Okay, well, see, like, I don't know why you would need all these language tracks, because it's... Anyway. I'm going to assume that the English one is the... I'm going to assume the English one at the end is the commentary track. I will just assume that's the case. So, and we have all the subtitle tracks in here. Okay. So then what we'll do now is, we'll call Bon Cop, Bad Cop 2006. Bon Cop, Bad. The joke is bon means good. So Bon Cop, Bad Cop means good cop, bad cop. 2006. Call that one by itself. Hit start encode. And then I'm going to make a change. I'm going to get rid of the foreign... actually, so we know that track 4 is the one where it does the English language, but for only the French dialogue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the French language tracks, and then I'm going to tell it to burn in the English translation for French dialogue. So now what'll happen, if I just load up the movie, and I don't even argue with the commentary tracks, if I load up this version, it'll automatically translate the French for me. For dirty English swines. We'll call it that. They're Bon Cop, Bad Cop 2006 for dirty English swines! There, and a little bit I'll have another version. So if I want to do that, I can do that. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so true story. That rip of Army of Darkness was supposed to fail. Of course it succeeds now. Okay, so great. You were supposed to fail.
The fuck do I do with you now?
Okay, well, we're gonna proceed as if it had failed. Like, sometimes you rip a disc and goes, whoop, sorry, it failed. Couldn't figure it out. Fuck me. So this is where one of the next tools is going to come into play. We're going to load up the old classic DVD shrink. This utility does not really see a lot of use in this day and age. This used to be an incredibly useful tool for, let's say, making physical backups of discs. Because what it would do is it could read the disc and reauthor it and you could remove extraneous features. You could even remove the menuing. And if they wouldn't have fit on a single layer DVD, you could have used that utility to lower the picture quality. We're not so much concerned with that. What I'm going to tell it to do is I'm going to tell it, you're going to notice 2 Armies of Darkness here. The one in D is that the D drive is a loaded ISO. We're going to load up the one in F. We're going to pull the actual disc up. So this is a blast from the past. So now it's going to take the disc and, well, normally would sit down and would analyze it, but it already happens to know what it is. So, if this had been back in the day, apparently it would fit on, okay, so it seems to think, because normally if you remove subtitles and things, you could reduce the file size, because normally, like, the rule of thumb would be that, like, a normal retail burnable DVD could hold, like, 2 hours of 100% quality. And then after that, you kind of had to dumb it down. And this is a program you could use to dumb it down. So, for instance, if I went to reauthor, I could say compression settings. Okay, that's not really here, but whatever. Anyway, the point is sometimes if Make MKV runs into a problem, what I will do is I will use DVD shrink to basically dump the disk. So I'm going to tell it to back up the whole disk. It's going to spit out to, and there's already an Army of Darkness ISO, so I'm going to call it Army of Darkness 2 ISO. And then it's going to start chewing on that. So now it's taking the whole disk and dumping it into an ISO. And that'll be done in 55 minutes. Jesus, fuck me. All right, that's going to take a hot minute. So it's going to play it's basically going to play the whole movie in shitty vision. If I disable the video preview, will that speed it up by any chance? No, probably not. Whatever. Okay. To be clear, this would meet the criteria for fair use because you can't see it. It's playing too fast. The frame rate is abysmal. No one would consider that a replacement for the original. And yet there's going to be one sick fuck in here who's going to be like, actually, I'm going to take that and just maximize it to the whole screen. And I'm just going to pretend I can understand what they're saying. So I'll just disable the video preview to fuck you over specifically. Hey, Frugal, welcome on in. You like the businesswoman outfit? Hey, EB. Well, I figured if I was teaching people something, I would dress up like teacher. And Belle Blue, who was harkening back to when I was doing the French language with English subtitles burning on the Bon Cop Bad Cop DVD. For those of you who learned Parisian/Belgian French, but not Canadian dialects. That was the other thing. Like me growing up, my mother is New Brunswick French, Acadian French, whatever the piss that means. And that's one dialect. And then I was put in French immersion so I could learn how to speak French, and I did manage to retain some of it. But apparently they teach Parisian French, and then you wander into Quebec, and how can I describe this? Let's say you, okay, a guy from London, a guy from Boston, and a guy from Alabama all walk into a bar. The guy from Alabama says, ow. Un person from Paris, un person from Nouveau-Brunswick, and a person from Quebec marche sur un bar. The person from Quebec tombe la bar. Quebec is its own little sub languages of different dialects. You understand? In much the same way that English, in much the same way that someone from London and someone from Liverpool are both speaking English, but maybe not the same language. Someone from London and someone from Alabama may both be speaking English but may not be speaking the same language. Someone from Paris and someone from Quebec may both be speaking French, but they may not be speaking the same language. That sort of thing. There you go. Anyway, the TV DVD seemed to finish. I'm going to largely ignore it because I don't care. It was just there for education purposes. Now, here's another example of why some DVDs are better than others. So, for instance, I was showing off. This is mostly green, so you can't see most of it anyway. But this is a period-correct DVD from 2006. It's actually a 2-disc set. So disc 1 is the movie, and disc 2 has the special features, as was commonplace back in the day. And very lovely. And of course, it is chock full of features, bonus scenes with optional commentary, trailers. There's a music video for a song that was prominently featured in the film, and you know, and then of course we had that True Lies DVD that I put it away because otherwise I'd have too many things out here. So certain retrospective DVDs that were released in the early 2000s didn't necessarily have special features. Some maybe did, some didn't. Like my Die Hard DVDs didn't have commentary. True Lies didn't have commentary, didn't have special features. Some retrospective ones did, like you get like maybe 15th anniversary editions, 25th anniversaries, those sorts of things. And then you have DVDs released today. I show you the man, the myth, the legend, Jared Leto starring in Morbius. Special features. It's just the one feature, actually. Because it's the 2020s. Why would anyone care? So obviously we're gonna rip this one next. I can't remember which drive Army of Darkness is in, so I'm gonna hit this at Pib, wrong mouse. There, I'll be back in just a second. Now, I know what you're thinking. Pib, why did you buy this? This is one of the worst movies ever made. They memed it so hard that they somehow convinced Sony to put it in theaters twice. Why did you buy this? Have you gone insane? And I'm like, come now. Surely you wound me. You know me better than that, chat. I was drunk. That's why I bought it. So, when we open up that disc, probably not gonna be hard to identify which file in it is the movie. I mean, yeah, I had a drink in me for the bit. I mean, these are all valid answers. These are all very valid answers. Is it not so bad it's so good, Cat? I have no idea. I've never actually seen it. Couldn't tell you. I have no earthly idea. I couldn't tell you. I have better things to do with my life. I don't know. Maybe someday I'll want to watch it. I feel like there's a lot of other movies I gotta watch first. So once that gets going, we'll go through some of the backlog of films I still need to continue to encode here. So again, this is Okay. Directory, Morbius. That one's the movie. Oh, it has a couple extra features. I'll tell you what it probably doesn't have. I bet you it doesn't have DVD commentary. I bet you it's not going to be Tropic Thunder with Robert Downey Jr. refusing to drop character until the end of the DVD commentary. So then, yeah, once the file is made, use it for whatever the hell you want. I have a Plex server, but maybe you've got another thing you could stream videos to the stick that's plugged into your TV or watch it on your phone or whatever. You remember the commentary for the first Resident Evil movie being excellent? Oh yeah, I mean, the odds are I probably have that on there. See, if I scroll around here for a hot minute. Well, Zach has wrongly decided once I'm done flapping my gums that it's Mubbles time. He's also streaking. I have the only Resident Evil of the live action ones that I didn't have on Blu-ray was the first one. But see, for instance, to Hebe's point, if I wanted to watch the movie with that commentary track, like if I go down here, for instance, video quality is locked in at 480p because I had it on a DVD. But I ripped the extra audio track, so presumably the first one is just normal movie. And if I fired this one up, I'm going to assume Paul Anderson starts talking. He better, or this is going to get really awkward really quick.
My name is Paul Anderson. I'm the director, and I'm here with the fabulous Mila Jovovich.
Hi, I'm Mila Jovovich.
Hi, and we're definitely not fucking. So yeah, I could do that. Yeah, they're knocking boots. They're stupping. So yeah, what I find is that I'm ripping more and more of those commentary tracks because it's like watching a podcast while watching a movie. And in a lot of cases, it can be very fascinating. Like if you're curious about filmmaking, or if you're just wondering, how did they do that thing that they did? If you have a movie with a commentary track, you have the ability. For another example, depending on which film you're talking about here, like some of them can have multiple commentary tracks. Like for instance, if I keep going down here to SU, Sum of All Fears. This one actually has 2 commentary tracks. I think if I pull up the second one for the Sum of All Fears. I think it's the second one. Ah, this must be my Blu-ray rip. This looks a lot nicer than I was remembering. Somebody start talking, damn it.
I'm Phil Robinson. I directed Sum of All Fears, and I'm honored and pleased to be sitting here with Tom Clancy.
I'm Tom Clancy. I wrote the book that they ignored.
We didn't completely ignore it.
You got a couple of things right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an entire commentary track where Tom Clancy and the director are bitching at each other. And then, of course, as Golden Loki has correctly pointed out, for anyone who was blessed to acquire the Criterion Collection version of Armageddon, I believe I actually have that on here. My eyesight is failing me here. American Assassin, American Made, Anchorman, Any Given Sunday, Apocalypse Now, Archangel. All right. Yes, Armageddon. With 2 extra commentary tracks, and one of them, I'm not going to pull up the actual movie here. Maybe I can just, yeah, it's next to Argo. Greatest movie ever made, by the way. Let's see, Armageddon, Affleck, commentary. Yeah.
I asked Michael why it was easier to train oil drillers to become astronauts than it was to train astronauts to become oil drillers, and he told me to shut the fuck up. So that was the end of that talk. He was like, Ben, just shut up, okay? This is a real plan, all right? I was like, you mean it's a real plan at NASA to train oil drillers? He was like, just shut your mouth. See, here's where we demonstrate that, because Bruce is going to tell the guys that they did a bad job of building the drill tank. He did a piss. See, he's a salt-of-the-earth guy. And the NASA nerdonauts don't understand his salt-of-the-earth ways, his rough-and-tumble ways.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's because your cans are all...
Like, somehow they can build rocket ships, but they don't understand, like, what makes a good tranny.
Transmission.
8 whole months? Well, pretty much, yeah.
He means that in the context of transmission, that is generally considered among gearheads to be an acceptable abbreviation of transmission, though one could argue that it is falling out of favor in recent days. But know that when someone is throwing that around in that specific context, they're not being hateful. That sort of thing.
Oh, gee whiz. Well,
like 8 whole months, as if that's not enough time to learn how to drill a hole. But in a week, we're going to learn how to be astronauts. Oh.
But yeah, the Criterion Collection Ben Affleck track for Armageddon, he just spends the whole time taking the piss out of the movie. It's great. It's great. It's the kind of thing you wouldn't get, you know, just streaming the movie, you know, off of whatever the fuck you would stream such things on. You just wouldn't. So that's why whenever I see a DVD that has a commentary track, I yank it out because maybe I want to listen to, again, we'll get to the marbles shortly here. Maybe I want to listen to the commentary track for a cute little indie film called that. Maybe I want to do that.
Hey, I don't remember this line from the movie. Orion is bankrupt now. Okay, well, hello, I'm Al Yankovic, co-writer and star of UHF.
And I'm Jay Levy, and co-writer and director of UHF.
And also my manager since 1981, right?
It's a true thing.
Wow. Ah, that's my butt. I think
your butt?
That's it right there. I wish we could have had a nice, clear blue sky when we were shooting this, but that didn't happen.
So yeah, I mean, come on. Who wouldn't want to listen to that for a whole movie? It occurs to me now, I may need to go to my home section and mark some movies as already watched, so as not fuck with things here. Yes, we've already watched True Lies. Just making sure that's all geared away here. Yeah, hi, Al's butt. All right, tell you what, before we do Zach's thing, let's just get a couple of movies on their merry way here. Let's pull another one off the list. And then let's get 2 or 3 of them going, and then it'll be Mumbles time. So let's go to the DVD little folder down here. Please may return to Silent Hill of a commentary. You need to know what they were thinking. I can't... I know I gotta check. I can't remember. I know I didn't re-rip the first Silent Hill movie because I only have the DVD for that in full screen, but I did redo... Oh, it does... Okay, it didn't have a director's commentary. I couldn't remember if it did or didn't. Could not remember. Anyway, let's see here. Next one. I don't want to do Appleseed. Give me... Collateral Damage. Let's please the Disney gays. Let's do Beauty and the Beast. It is Rio. As far as I'm aware, it is Rio's favorite Disney movie. She has the DVD release from, I don't know, late 2000s, early 2010s, something like that. One thing I noted when I ripped it is that it had multiple different video tracks. I'm not sure what the difference is. One of them is a couple minutes shorter. And I'm not sure what the difference is, so I probably wouldn't do that one. So yeah, the movie's an hour 31. This one appears to be the same, but 7 minutes shorter. And then the last one, which is an hour 31, can't tell what the difference is, so I will probably just use the first one. So I'll do that. In terms of audio commentary, there seems... Oh, there is an audio commentary track. We'll make sure we grab that then. Then Beauty and the Beast was that 1992? I can't remember. We'll grab all of the subtitle tracks. And then, yeah, I can't remember... I feel like Beauty and the Beast was 90... I should be able to see it from here. Oh, I'll have to scroll up. Battlefield Earth... Oh, it was 1991. All right, Beauty and the Beast was 91. So we'll call this Beauty... Oh, did I call it ampersand or did I write the word and? I wrote the word and. Because that's the thing. Do you use the ampersand or do you write and? Beauty and the Beast 1991. Now, you may be wondering, why in the world would you need to put the date there? Why would it matter? It's just Beauty and the Beast. Ah! But do you remember they remade it? So there's two Beauty and the Beast. There's Beauty and the Beast 1991, and there's Beauty and the Beast 2017. That's why you put the year next to these things, because sometimes movies can't have... It could be the same name, but two different movies. In fact, let's see. You may know Vice as a pseudo-biopic starring Christian Bale as Dick Cheney from 2018. But Vice is also a shitty, gritty cop drama starring Michael Madsen and Daryl Hannah from 2008. And if you just wrote them both as Vice, how the fuck would you know the difference? So that's why you would have to denote such things by dates. Or hell, Scarface. It could be the 1981 Brian De Palma classic starring Al Pacino, or it could be the 1932 black and white doodad. That's why you'd have to keep track of such things. And let's get one more going, and then we'll be Mubbles time. You're still here, right, Zach? Kept you waiting, huh? I think I'm Solid Snake over here. And let's also do... You're still here, good. Let's do Shenmue, the movie, because that one's confusing people. That is a DVD that comes with Shenmue 2 for Xbox, and it looks like it's just cutscenes, but it's an hour and 29. Does it have a subtitle track? Oh. It has Japanese subtitle track. I'm guessing there's no director's commentary. Oh! I can watch it dubbed or... Oh, there's a Japanese language track. Well, let's make sure we include that. Does this thing have a... That's a re-rip, so... That's the Shadow, not Shenmue. Oh, I don't have a date associated with it. But then I guess what else would be known as Shenmue the movie? So I guess we don't have to worry about that. So we'll just go ahead and rip that as Shenmue the movie and just call it that. Add to queue. All right, let's get Steam up and running here. So again, all of the tools that we have been showcasing so far this evening. Yes, as opposed to Shenmue the sandwich. Yeah, it's like Spaceballs. Shenmue the t-shirt. Shenmue the lunchbox. Shenmue the coloring book. Shenmue the flamethrower. The kids love this one. So yes, all the tools that we have featured this evening are free to use. Not free if you find it under a rock. No, they're free to use. And I'm not endorsing Plex. Plex is just what I use. There's multiple options out there for what you can use for media servers that can coordinate with other devices in your home or outside the home. And if you're curious as to what we've been using, again, this VOD will be live on Twitch. It'll also be on YouTube. If I have to butcher it because of video footage, I'll do that. But this VOD will be on YouTube as well. Exclamation Point Software pulls up all the names of all the... to this point, you've only seen 4 pieces of software. There will be a fifth one that'll get listed when that Army of Darkness and code finishes ripping the ISO at some point. But yeah, in order, it's MKV Tools, Handbrake, MKV Tool NICs, DVD Shrink, and Virtual Clone Drive. Generally, you're only going to need to make MKV and Handbrake. The others are for very specific oddball scenarios. Make MKV and Handbrake do also work with Blu-rays and UHDs. We'll talk about those after Mubbles. Thanks to the resource list. You're welcome. Listen, I told you for Valentine's Day I'm going to teach you a fucking life skill, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. But on top of teaching you a life skill, it seems I'm also going to have to teach you those special words you got to say. Does Plex support MP4? Yeah, it supports MP4. Yeah, Plex supports MP4. In fact, that's what most of mine was before I started cycling over. It supports MP4. But yeah, on top of teaching you how to rip DVDs, I also have to teach you the very specific commands you have to write in chat in order to participate in the following. Exclamation mark! Play! All right, folks, exclamation mark play gets you in here. The way this works is, hey, do you want to see a name in lights? Hey, do you want to be cocking a walk? Exclamation mark play gets you in here. This is the Gauntlet. 0 Nano to track record with 2 minutes and 23 seconds. And if you think you can do better than that, exclamation mark play gets you in here. Additionally, Zach called in 52,000 chippies to make this round of Mubbles possible. And if they win, I win, the bot wins, everyone dies. They get those chippies back. They've got skin in the game here. 60 seconds, and then we'll rock. I'm gonna go grab a prop for later. Give me just a second. Uno momento. It's just a pair of Blu-ray and 4K packs. Atomic Blonde and Casino. They'll be relevant in about, let's say, probably 15 minutes. All right. We presently have 34 brave souls entered into the gauntlet. Exclamation mark play going once. Exclamation mark play going twice. You may be cocked. You may be locked, but are you, in fact, ready to rock? All right, then let's do this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boogity, let's go ballin'. Yeah, Mr. Exception got in at the buzzer. We love to see it. Yes, we're teaching you how to rip your DVDs because, again, depending on who you are, you may have DVDs, but maybe you have you know what? I'll talk about this when we're done here. We're teaching you how you can leverage things you already know in a digital age, including my digital breast. But anyway, this is the Gauntlet, and well, it's so called because when viewed from orbit, it looks like Gauntlet for the arcade, but not Gauntlet 2, just Gauntlet 1. Gauntlet 2 would be completely different. Or Gauntlet 64. It could be that as well. All right, British Steel is presently in the lead at the moment. We'll see if that thing should happen to hold here. We'll see. You never know. All right, British Steel doing all right. There are some track obstructions here. The bomb ball is trying to sneak on by. We'll see if they can make that happen here. The bomb ball makes it into the colander here. But it's all about whose ball is going to drop not only first, but at the opportune spot. Not all ball droppings are in the right place here. All right, the bomb ball with a very narrow lead here. Followed by Vintage Vixen Shop. JT is allegedly the worst. British Steel and Dello here. We got Zero Noun, the Candy Striper Viper, and LA Trois in there as well. Wait, no, Zero Noun is the track ghost. We got folks who are ahead of track record pace at the moment here. All right, Le Bomb Ball still in the lead with Vintage Vixen Shop coming up behind. They're going across the rumble strips here. Still quite a bit of track in front of us yet, so this is not a foregone conclusion yet. And there's no shortage of obstructions on the track physically as well here. They're going down some steps here, and sometimes a downward slope can be dangerous because if you fall down a little bit too fast, you could fly off the track, and who wants to argue with that? None of you do, obviously. All right, the bomb ball gets stopped up here. JT is the worst. It's trying to make Pater. JT, you may be the worst, but for the moment, you're in the lead. All right, Vintage Vixen Shop now in the lead. They're launching. Can they stick the landing? Now it's all you got to get down there. You got to land safely. All right, Zero Noun is going to keep the record, but who wants the dub? Some people are overshooting here. British Steel's in the lead. British Steel is gonna take it.
I'm Luigi, #1.
Congratulations. British Steel wins, followed by Midi Gozul, Dello, remainder of top 10 pending. Quiet Riot. We got Bell Blue, Phase Ball Special, Misfit Merv Dog. Still waiting here. LA Trois, EB Buffet, and one more here. Sable Mine to round out the top 10. All right, then. Who's going to be the last one? Looks like it's going to be somewhere between Neck Knack and Will Kale here. It looks like you'll make it in there safe and sound. There you go. British Steel wins. However, Zero Now will retain the track record by about a 10-second margin. Now, here's the deal, Zach. This is going to be an invisible chip because this one's green. You put down 52,000 chippies to make this round of Mubbles possible here. And you did not win. I didn't win. The bot didn't win. None of us came in 69th place, and not enough people died. As a direct result of all of these things, your chippies are mine. To make sure that everyone thanks Mr. Motherfucking Zach Bussey for making that round of Mubbles possible. Back to the digitizing. Love that. Looks like DVD shrink must have finished while that was going on. Let me grab the... Knocked over the keyboard. I gotta bend over. Give me a second. There, I found it. I trust you enjoyed the view. You're like, oh my God, are you actually wearing your boobs this evening? And I'm like, oh my God! Of course I am. All right, so it looks like, yeah, DVD shrink must have finished. Let's have a look at that. So it finished ripping Army of Darkness. Good. So what I'm going to do now, this next part, ignore what I'm doing. Ignore what I am doing. Ignore this part. Ignore this part. Ignore this part. Pretend that part didn't happen. I'm going to go to the Documents directory, and oh, would you look at that? The copy of Army of Darkness I made is here. So now this is where the clone drive application comes into place here. So this is technology that has existed for a very long time on Windows PCs. These disk image files you see here are for various films that I had problems ripping, so I basically had to digitize the entire disk into an ISO format. It's basically a glorified zip that is also just what was on a disk. So I'm going to right-click, go to Show More Options, and I'm going to tell it to mount the CD. And assuming it did that correctly, the D drive is now mounted with Army of Darkness. So what I'm going to do now, looks like Morbius finished. I want a second session of Make MKV here. And unfortunately, I'll just, can I get a second one here? I want a second one, thank you. So what I'm going to do now is we mounted that on this HD DVD clone drive. So I'm going to tell it to open that up. And now I can try ripping it again, and it should go considerably nicer. Pib, you already ripped it successfully. Are you about to? Yes, I'm ripping it again. What would you expect something different? The beauty of it is because it's now just ripping off an image that's already on my disk, it's literally going to be over in... I mean, I could stretch this sentence out to be long enough so that it could conceivably still be going while this disc finished, but that would just be absolute poppycock, and you would find it to be an extremely ill-advised and ludicrous notion that I could sit here and artificially inflate the length of a sentence as though it were to make you nice and big and round ooh, so that by the time that disc, that imaginary disc, is done ripping, that it would, Jesus Christ, would you fucking finish? I can't keep this run-on sentence going. I'm not president of the United States! Okay, so it's not literally gonna finish before the sentence is over, but you get the fucking idea. I can't speak in a run-on sentence that long! I'm not the president! So then I'll have to go back and grab that copy of Morbius. Where did I put the case for that? So again, I am using a second computer. So the computer you're looking at right now is not the computer I'm streaming from. The computer you're looking at right now is my secondary computer. I have a dual PC setup. Now, that may sound confusing when you think about it. It's like, how could you stream with two computers? It's easier than you think. You know how I capture card, N64, PlayStation, Wii, Nintendo, that sort of thing? Now just pretend you're capture carding a computer that's playing computer games. That's all it is. So it just means that one computer is handling, you know, all the graphically intensive computer games on the 1 or 2 times a year I play a modern day Resident Evil game, and then the normal computer is just handling the show. So it's a lot easier than you think it is. So that's why like if I was doing this on this computer, we'd be running into problems because the computer doesn't have that much horsepower under the hood. So I'm gonna go grab my DVD of Morbius, and I'm gonna go put 2 more discs in. Let's do... See, I have 2 more discs here, and then we're gonna be ripping movies that I don't have on the Plex. So I'm gonna grab a pair of movies here that I want to redo. One of them is Red Dawn, which is the Republican wet dream and the NRA's favorite movie. Not the least of which is because it deals with an armed uprising against alleged Soviet invaders, but because it also has Powers Booth having a weird subplot story with one of the teenage girls. And that's about as Republican as it gets. And then I also have a lovely little Canadian movie here called Psycho Gorman. Yes, we'll look at the video clip in a minute here. I'm gonna go get these loaded in and get this out of the computer. I'll be back in just a second. Now, the fun thing about that Red Dawn DVD is it's one of those DVDs that's dual-sided, so it's like, did I stick the 16:9 side in or the 4:3 aspect ratio one? I suspect we'll find out after it's done fucking ripping. So, as you can see, Make MKV is chewing on the disc, because the computer has to figure out what the disc is before, we can do anything with it. So we'll wait on that here. La da da da. I have lovely rings. The one on my index finger is based on internet shock image. Yada 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 da da da. All right, so let's see. Let's do the one on the left. It's gonna be the one in the DVD drive, which is Red Dawn, and open the one that's in the Blu-ray drive, which is Psycho Gorman. Perfect. I have a pair of external a pair of external optical drives. One is DVD only, so it can only read DVDs. The other one is a Blu-ray, an alleged 4K Blu-ray drive, but it also does DVDs. Now, after these rips start, I will explain why I say alleged. Oh, god damn it, I stuck the 4:3 aspect ratio Red Dawn in there. Fuck me. I'm gonna have to eject that and flip it over. Give me a second. Flip it over. See, Red Dawn's another one of those movies where you have to write the actual date of it next to it because it's like, okay, is it the original one or is it the extremely regrettable remake that initially had the balls to say that the Chinese were reclaiming America, but then they realized they couldn't sell the movie in China if they made the Chinese the bad guys, so they hastily edited in post to make the villains the North Koreans. I've seen that movie. It's shit. And I don't mean shit in the Red Dawn way. I mean, it's just shit. Why would you want the remake on your server? Because those who do not appreciate history are doomed to repeat it. Anyway, Red Dawn, I think that's the one I want. So Psycho Gorman has a lot of features on here, but we're just going to concern ourselves with the movie here. So let's rip that. Tell that to start. We'll do that. And just gonna wait on Red Dawn here. And probably kept the same Chinese actors played as North Koreans. Well, yes. Haven't seen Red Dawn either. I mean, Red Dawn's a weird movie. Because, yeah, it plays very much into the 1980s Cold War paranoia about the idea of a weak... I mean, it's literally a fucking Call of Duty movie. It's literally, oh no, what if a weakened America had to deal with those dirty Reds coming in and running roughshod on the place? But it's dumb for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is... insurgencies are supposed to grow. The one that you follow in the movie never adds any new members, and it just dwindles as the movie goes on. But that's also because it has to deal with, you know, the futility of warfare. It's also a coming-of-age drama, and just, you know, another one of those movies that's like, oh my god, violence begets violence, and so on and so forth. It's worth seeing at least once. It is worth seeing once. Ice Cube. Anyway, now that those are on their way here, let's see. Can I get the trailer? Okay, let's see. Psycho Gorman. I need two things. I need the trailer. Thank you. And then I need... So Psycho Gorman, the movie that's currently being ripped on the left, is... depending on which websites you've been on, you may have seen a clip of the film.
Petty displays of wealth. How can your short lifespans allow such narcissism?
Yeah, but look at all the hunky
boys. I do not care for hunky boys. Or do I?
Yeah, Psycho Gorman is that movie. Give me the damn trailer.
Many moons ago, a nameless evil was imprisoned in a place far beyond reach.
Hurry up!
If he were ever to be released, it would spell certain doom for all existence.
Is that fear I smell? Your planet will be torn to pieces, and I will treat your angry screams as I rip.
Is this yours? Speak? Oh my god.
The gem of Paraxidike. Whoever wields it is able to command me.
Go over there and wait for us to come back in the morning.
You will suffer an eternity for this.
Mom, Dad, I want you to meet Psycho Gorman, or PG for short.
I will bathe in your blood.
Don't worry.
Be worried.
He's gonna kill everybody. Not unless I tell him to.
What did you three maniacs get up to?
This is getting a little weird.
This sick game must come to an end. She will enslave the galaxy into endless servitude. Kill him!
Cool.
The ultimate evil has awoken.
There's a new god in town, and his name? Psycho Gorman. It was nice meeting you.
It would be nicer if you were dead.
All right, bye.
You watch this. It's a very good movie. Also very Canadian. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it is the movie that has the "I do not care for hunky boys," or do I? I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it's a good movie. It's a very good movie. Now, I know you all gave me shit because I drunk bought Morbius. But at the same time, in that same session, I also drunk bought Psycho Gorman, not even knowing what it was about. So sometimes my drunk buying movie experience can pick winners as well as losers. So you got that going for you. Anyway, while those are ripping, are these all done here? I gotta tell it to clear out the completed. Oh shit, they're all done. All right, let's pick another one. Actually, let's get all of those loaded onto the server here. Oh, Sweet Agony, welcome on in. So yeah, standard. Let's see. Okay, so Kung Pao, Enter the Fist, Appleseed A Machina, Godfather Part 2, The Bounty Hunters, Bon Cop Bad Cop, for Dirty English Swines, Beauty and the Beast, and Shenmue the movie. Let's get all those moved on over there. And then, what did I call the previous one? English subs burned in for French dialogue. Yeah, I prefer the name I gave that there. And is that an MKV? Okay. The thing is, like, not... The files I'm putting in are MKVs, but sometimes the old ones are M4Vs, so sometimes I end up in situations where it's... Okay, Shenmue's gonna be one of them. I need to pay attention to the ones that aren't actually taping over things. Because I may have to delete some redundant files. So, Kung Pao and, I'm gonna have to check for a couple of those things there. So, I replaced those four. Shenmue. Shenmue's an M4V, so that can go. Beauty and the Beast. Can I get the first one? Not the second one, the first one. Is that an M4V? It's an M4V, that's why. No, it's an MKV. So what, did I type all the other one? What the hell did I do? Oh, there's an extra space in it. That's what the hell it is. God damn it. That's what the problem is. And then Kung Pao. No, give me the other one. Kung Pao. Oh, it's an M4V. Okay, that's why. So that can go bye-bye. Refresh. I don't want to have redundant files in here. Let's see. So yeah, Beauty and the Beast, 1991. Okay, so the new one has an extra space I put in it because I was stupid. Okay, let's fix that. Get rid of the extra space. Excellent. Let's tell the server to search for updates, and it'll start to process all of that. Anyone that might be new here, I'm Queen Pib. Normally we play old-timey video games, but I've had a couple of drinks. I'm showing people how to rip DVDs. For we live in a world where it used to be all you had to do was subscribe to the Netflix, and that was all you needed. But now it's all fragmented to the point of ridiculousness. And, let's face it, a lot of you own DVDs. So, like the films that are in here, like, pull the damn thing back up here. It's like you may go, Pip, do you literally own all of these on DVD? Do you have Smokey and the Bandit Part 3 on DVD? Yes, actually, bad example. Okay, do you have... Oh, actually, I know a really good example if I keep going all the way up here. Are you telling me that you really own Asterix et Obelix, Mission Cleopatra on DVD? No, I don't. My mother owns it back in Canada. And I need to re-rip it sometime because I ripped it at atrocious quality. I don't literally own this DVD. My parents have this DVD. But when I was at their house, I ripped it over there. It's a French language movie with Gerard Depardieu, ew, but Monica Bellucci as Cleopatra. And I mean, who could argue with that? And that's, is that before, I think, I'll say, is that before or after The Matrix Reloaded? I think it's alongside. How do you improve the quality? You can believe you have barbed wire on DVD. I ripped it at too low a quality. I need to re-rip it sometime at a higher one. So in Handbrake, I think what I did was when I originally ripped some of them, I did them at like a lower quality. I usually around here. And I prefer to notch it a little bit higher. About there. That's the happy spot. So it just means, oh no, I'll have to visit my parents again and re-rip all their DVDs again. I'm sure they'll be really heartbroken about that. You're like, couldn't you just tell your mom to re-rip it for you? Be like, no, my mother would use this excuse to say, you want to re-rip these movies? Fucking get your passport and come up here. And she would be well within her right to do that. But yes, ultimately a DVD is still a 480p product, so it's not perfect, but you're watching the movie, you're getting the point. So yeah, a lot of these may be movies I don't have anymore, because I've been doing this for over 15 years. Okay, so what's a good example of a DVD I don't have anymore? I don't think I have Batman anymore. I think that DVD is long gone. So that one is whatever it is, like it doesn't have a commentary track. I wasn't even ripping subtitles back then. So that's an example of a DVD I don't actually have anymore, is what it is. But you can get these DVDs in a lot of places. Like it could be family members. Like my granddad had a bunch of movies. My parents have a bunch of movies. Your local library has a lot of movies. Your local library will generally sometimes leave in a video games, but they usually have a DVD section. And I mean, it's your local library. You pay municipal taxes. You are literally paying to keep that place open. They have DVDs you can borrow. Make of that information what you will. This copy of Capote was courtesy of a public library in Nova Scotia. You get them where you get them. So DVDs come a lot of places. I mean, depending on where you go, like a pawn shop, a yard sale. People don't have an appreciation for the physical media. They'll almost virtually give this shit away. Because, I mean, who would want to keep a copy of The Comebacks, for Christ's sake? It's not a horrible movie, but it's not great. Yeah, Goodwill, secondhand shops, pawn shops. I mean, I have this one picture. From way the fuck back when I didn't even live in Wisconsin back then. I was just visiting it. Oh, for fuck's sake, I gotta check a different folder here. Those noises are coming from me. Because I used to visit Wisconsin, then I lived there, then I moved to Jersey. Do I have all the gold member DVDs? Where the hell are those? Here it is. I mean, who amongst us hasn't gone to a pawn shop or whatever and seen where they keep all the gold member DVDs? And you know they're all gold member DVDs because they are all fucking powder blue. That's how you knew. And I mean, hey, listen. The price of DDR5 RAM may skyrocket, but a gold member DVD will always be $1. Always. Can I teach you how to do it on Mint? Unfortunately, I'm not learned up on the Linux way of doing things, but I imagine it's a lot of the same nomenclature here. Your pawn shops are filled with Passion of the Christ and Titanic. Yeah, sometimes it depends on where you go. Sometimes you get a bunch of religious nonsense, like, I mean, depending on where you go, you could end up with,
Don't do this! Please, don't do this! Get up! Let's get up! Don't do it! Man, don't do it! Don't do it! Think of your family! Think of your fans! Think of everybody! You gotta kick them out!
Hello? Hi, Mom. Chloe, welcome home. So is everything set for Dad's surprise party? He got called into work.
Hi, sweetheart.
Hey. Welcome aboard PanCon Flight 257 to London.
Chris, let me in!
People from all over this plane have simply vanished.
It's not just here. It's all over the world.
One of these days, I know you all want answers, and believe me, so do I, and I'll do my best to get them. He took them to protect them. We all have a right to know if we're gonna die. No one's gonna die. Irene knew this was coming. How could she know that? I just really need you to know how much I love you, no matter what happens.
Dad, the God my father talked about would never do something like this.
I have no spoilers, no flaps, no elevators, and if I run this thing dry, no reverse thrust. I need some room.
Looks like the end of the world.
One of these days, the sky's gonna break and everything will escape.
So yeah, depending on which library you go to, you could end up with a bunch of Kirk Cameron nonsense. It's possible. It could happen. I also love that the first, like, Left Behind, like, this is actually a remake, if you can believe that. I believe Kirk Cameron made the original Left Behind movies. So this is the remake that has Nicolas Cage in it. And in case you're ever wondering who Discount Nicolas Cage is, when it came time to do the sequel, they couldn't get Nicolas Cage, so they got Kevin Sorbo. So in case you're ever wondering who Discount Nicolas Cage is, it's Kevin Sorbo. Mr. Guy from Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda himself. Let's see, how are these rips going here? They're going along nicely here. What was I even working on here? What was this? Oh yeah, Shenmue. I didn't do anything else. Let's pull up something else here, because I actually don't have Army of Darkness on my computer here. Quick, what year did Army of Darkness come out? Yeah, that Left Alive movie's already out. Yeah, what year did Army of Darkness come out? Because I actually was not able to rip this thing until recently, so I don't actually remember what year that came out. And it looks like it has... I don't think that's a commentary track, so that fucking sucks. We have 92, 83, 93, 97. We have not achieved consensus. Alright, so I'm just gonna call it Army of Darkness, and I guess I'll figure it out later. We'll do that. Okay, we have a couple of votes for 92. Okay, Very Pink Penguin says they checked IMDb. I'll go with that. So let's say 1992. Alright, let's get that one going here. Do I have anything else I really want to work on right now here? I noticed those are about to finish. So... Unless I want to get going here. Let's get Morbius rolling here. Yeah, Morbius should be easy, because that one's a re-rip. Morbius was what, 2023? 2022, actually. Alright. Oh, would you look at that? I've also got Monty Python, The Holy Grail, Monty Python's Life of Brian, Monty Python's The Meaning of Life Director's Cut, and Monty Python's The Meaning of Life Theatrical Edition. Would you believe my dad's got the fucking Criterion Collection version of Meaning of Life? I had to tell him, how the fuck did you bag that? That thing is amazing. This is annoying, though, because it's another MKV tool mix situation, because sometimes you have to stitch, because that movie's sort of two movies. You kind of got to stitch the first one in, so you have context later in the movie. It's the whole thing. I had Red Dawn just finished, and Psycho Gorman almost also finished. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to swap those two. We'll get those going, and I'm going to start complaining about 4Ks. So I'm going to go grab Morbius and... No, wait, we did Morbius. I'm going to go grab those movies. And I'm going to swap them with two movies that I don't have on the Plex, because I acquired them while I was getting stuff for this, so I would at least have things that were brand new, not on the Plex, and that I could rip live on the internet. Mad Max and Mad Max Return to Thunderdome. Or Beyond Thunderdome. Listen, we're not here for Mel Gibson. We're here for Tina Turner. Christ, I should do just chatting shows more often. Hi, Spoon. Hi, Spoony girl. Go sit in the chair. Go in the chair. Go on. Hi, Spoon. Hi. Spoony girl. Come here. Spoony. Spoony girl. Spoon. Spoony. Come here. go back up there? I didn't grab my DVDs. You want to go back up there? All right. Spoon in a surprise guest appearance. Yeah, she came in here while I was fucking with the DVDs, so I'm like, do you want to sit in the chair? Do you want to sit in the chair? She's like, hell yes. Now, what's going to be annoying is both of those Mad Max DVDs are dual-sided, so it's like, did I put in the widescreen versions or the 4x3 versions? We'll find out in a moment, I guess. Damaged Plushie, thank you to 29 months. Welcome back. Can you pet my cat? Stable Mind, if you have the BTTV or related emotes, I believe Pet the Spoon is an emote. So, yes. Okay, Mad Max, So Mad Max is interesting. There's 2 files there. They're both the same length. I'm only going to take the first one. And it looks like Beyond Thunderdome looks like it's a 16:9. I don't know if Mad Max 1 is. Can't tell from here. So we're going to shoot from the hip and tell it to rip. And we'll tell Beyond Thunderdome to rip as well. So we'll do both of those. You don't have that enabled? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Here on the next stage of this hell, you have some VHSs that you cannot find archives of online anywhere. Yeah, I know I'm working on some of those too. I have an old VHS tape of WWF Armageddon in 2000 I want to digitize, even though I'm sure I could just find a rip of it somewhere. Speed Zone. There's legitimately like some movies that did not make the jump to Blu-ray, and some of them didn't even make the jump to DVD. Like, there's some movies out there where it's just... You have to digitize the VHS tape in order to watch a thing on contemporary hardware. So the drive over here, this is a standard USB DVD drive, fairly robust technology. I like it because, one, it's a DVD drive, it's easy as shit. And two, it uses... I never know which one's micro USB and which one's mini USB. The DVD drive uses the same one that's the connector as the PlayStation 3 controller and the PSP, if that makes any sense. Whichever one that is. And it has a port on it, so you can theoretically swap out the cable to be whatever you want. So if the cable ever went to shit, you could swap out the cable and the drive would still work. The Blu-ray drive on the right uses an integrated cable that is both USB 3.0 and USB-C. I hate it for 2 reasons. One, the cord is not long enough, which is annoying. And 2, if the cord goes, you may be stuck with a drive that is perfectly operational, and were you to power it using an external power port, because they also have that ability, the unit lights up, but because the cord is dinged up, can't fucking transmit. Ask me how I know this. It's because that's how my first Blu-ray drive died. I mean, I got like 3-4 years to rips out of the thing before it died. And technically, I shouldn't even say it died. It's just the cable went to shit. The unit still powers on, and I'm sure if I knew how to do surgery on a USB-C cable, I could fix it. So it necessitated the purchase of another Blu-ray drive. And I don't know about you, but in my residence, I have access to countless... gotta move shit around here. This desk is full of Bret Hart figures.
しい24時間シンデレラ
Dr. HD Shot, thank you to 10 months at Tier Tree. Welcome back. By the way, Yakuza 0's on the list. We played that game in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. That was 4 years ago. It is eligible for a replay. Just putting that out there. Also, we're hyping. If you want to do news with these, you want to use that information, knock yourself out. Anyway, so I don't know about you, but I have lots of Blu-rays that come in these lovely black boxes. Farrell Snell, thank you to 38 months. Welcome back. You started Kiwami 3. Hope it's fun. So I have no shortage of combo packs that are both Blu-ray and 4Ks. Now, I don't have any 4K displays in this house. I don't. I'll still rip the 4K anyway, because fuck it. Because, like, I don't know. I'm not, it's not that I'm not sold on 4K. It's that I have a bunch of TVs and they're not broken. So I'm only replacing a TV if it breaks. And the TVs haven't broken, so that's why I don't own a 4K TV. But I'll still rip it at 4K anyway, because, you know, I like to future-proof. But up until I got that 4K drive, there was only need for me to rip the Blu-ray disc. So, for instance, if I open up Atomic Blonde here, which I still need to see because it's a very me-coded movie, but I've never actually watched it. It's Charlize Theron, James McAvoy. From what I understand, it's a phenomenal movie. So in these black cases, they say 4K Ultra HD, and so we have I don't know if this code is useful to you. Knock yourself out. I don't give a fuck. So you know, up until when I only had the Blu-ray drive, only the Blu-ray disc was relevant to my interests. So that's the only one that I ripped, and this is the 4K one over here. Don't buy TVs, new TVs, they break so fast. I mean, what I do is, I know they're all smart TVs, I leave them off the internet and turn them into dumb TVs, and then I just use external devices. So now I can rip this. Now, the problem I quickly discovered with the no-name $100 4K drive that I bought, alleged 4K drive, is that they don't work with 4K discs out of the box. Which was very fun to find out when I put in my copy of Godzilla -1 on 4K, which I only had a 4K disc of the movie, which was really annoying, because when I bought Godzilla -1, it said 4K plus Blu-ray, so I just assumed that it meant that you could watch the movie in 4K, and then you could also watch the movie in Blu-ray, but no, what it actually meant was that the movie was on the 4K, and that all the special features were on the Blu-ray, so I'd have a fucking means of actually watching the fucking movie. You can imagine my confusion when I put the 4K Godzilla -1 disc in the drive, and it went, there's no disc in here, what do you want me to do with this information? So then I went and looked back at the Amazon listing. Admittedly, I was drunk when I bought it. Are you noticing a theme here? I do many of my best purchases when I'm inebriated. So I got nosing around the listing. I'm like, what the fuck did I just buy if the thing says it does 4K? Apparently, like I said, I do my best purchasing when I'm drunk. Pixie Cat Games, thank you for the hundo biddies, and LeBomball for the gift sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Cat Dag. Thank you.
Shut up.
I also neglected to re-promote the Pib Madness matchup, so I can call it here. By a final score of 1 point, 18-17. By a 1-point margin, My Friendly Neighborhood defeats Garfield Lasagna Party to advance. Sorry, Garfield. Your Eldritch Abominations is simply gonna have to wait for another time. I know. So apparently what I had to do is I had to flash the BIOS of the Blu-ray drive that I had purchased with an older firmware in order to make Libra Writer, or whatever the piss it's called, enabled. And even then, it hasn't been perfect. There have been a handful of 4K discs I have put into it, and it goes, what the fuck is this? So, for instance, I put Atomic Blonde's 4K in there, and it worked great. I put my Godzilla -1 4K in there, after I did that BIOS downgrade, technically, and it worked great. And then I put my 4K for Casino, which is one of my top 5 movies. And it goes, I'm sorry, what movie is this? So suffice to say, I was not impressed. So, the ability to see that guy's eyeball get popped out in 4K sadly still eludes me. Rip the Blu-ray, that was fine. It's just, what if I want to see that guy's eyeball get popped out in 4K? What if I want to see that? What if I want to see that? Maybe I do want to fucking see that. Did you fucking consider that for any fucking moment there? Movie? Anyway, where's my mouse at? Bring the Plex server back up. Yeah, it's my favorite movie. Well, one of my favorite movies. Technically, Argo's my favorite movie. Well, I don't know if it really is, but I like saying that because it pisses people off. But no, Casino. Like, I know Martin Scorsese is all fancy and stuff, but I'm like, honestly, I don't really care for anything past The Departed, which means I still haven't seen Wolf of Wall Street. Haven't seen it yet, but Casino. Oh, Casino. Oh, Casino's my favorite. We got a trailer for that one? Oh, good. Let's watch that one. Oh, yeah, Goodfellas. I got Goodfellas. I got the Blu-ray for that one. I think I re-ripped that one recently.
I was a hell of a handicapper, I can tell you that. I had it down so good that I ran paradise on earth.
Like, oh, I see why you like this movie.
Casinos in Las Vegas to run for Tangiers.
Based on a true story.
You know, if I did it, I'd have to run it my way.
Nobody's gonna interfere with you running the casino, I guarantee.
Is the casino in Casino?
Licky, see that guy? Making a lot of money for us, so keep a good eye on it.
All right. Look at this place. It's made of money. What do you think about me moving out here?
I just gotta tell you, it's no joke out here. You gotta keep a low profile. Right off the bat, they don't like guys like us.
Oh! Oh!
You like your money a lot,
Yes,
don't
a lot.
you? Well, how about that? Yeah?
I want to settle down. I want a family.
You got the wrong girl.
You'll be set up for the rest of your life.
You don't know me. What do you know me 2-3 months?
They had it all. They ran the show. And it was paradise. While it lasted.
Oh, now you know it's a Scorsese movie.
That's no good.
We got a problem.
There's a gimme shelter quota.
He doesn't listen to me. Maybe you should get lost for a while. Take a vacation.
Can't make it any clearer, Sam. I would just get out.
I try to do everything for you, even though I knew deep down inside you would bury me.
I buried you. You buried yourself.
I have to be able to trust you with my life.
It is
Can
a
I
banger
trust you?
soundtrack.
Can I trust you?
I will go to the FBI. I will go to the police. I am not protecting you anymore.
You want me to get out of my own town? You only exist out here because of me.
He's a loose cannon.
No! Stop it!
You realize what you can do? You can get us all killed!
You want to get rid of me? Here I am. Go ahead, get rid of me.
It's a good movie. It's basically about a slow-moving train wreck. Yeah, shame Leota wasn't in it. I'm not going to spoil it, but I mean, obviously, what comes up must come down. See, this is one of these movies where it's like, if I go to play version, there's 3 of them. The 6.6 megabit, I believe, is the Blu-ray that I ripped. The 2.6 is the TV edit with, frig you, Sam Rothstein, frig you. And then this one is the standard definition DVD. Whenever I want to be a sick fuck, and watch it like it's on an old tube TV. In fact, give me that. Yeah, give me that for just a quick second here. Just a scene that doesn't have like titties in it.
Even I couldn't get inside, but it was my job to keep it filled with cash, that's for sure.
They had so.
Now, that was the way you used to see movies on VHS and stuff. And that's not to say you can't enjoy a movie in full screen, but like, the movie wasn't shot for full screen, so it means that sometimes they have to, not all of the visual elements will be physically on the screen. When it's the casino movie night, I wish. Now movies have been shot in that aspect ratio. In fact, there's a very recent example of a movie that was deliberately shot in that aspect ratio and uses cinematography that is based around that aspect ratio. Where is it? In fact, I might have that one on 4K. I'm going to have to re-rip here. Where are you at, Benicio del Toro? Where are you at? I know you're in there somewhere. Where are you? The Phoenician scheme. Is the the trailer's modified for it.
At this moment, rescue workers are laboring to recover and identify the remains of Zsa Korda, international businessman, maverick in the fields of armaments and aviation, among the richest men in Europe.
Now, you may be going, why is the trailer shot like that? It's because the movie was deliberately shot like that.
This was Korda's 6th recorded airplane crash. He is survived by 10 children, 9 boys, 1 nun.
And I mean, that one shot right there perfectly encapsulates it, because you notice the room fits that aspect ratio. Like, you see the exact corner of the room. Like, okay, one of the rips must just finish. So, yeah, the corner of the room up there, corner of the room down there, over the other side of the screen, over here, corner of the room, corner of the room. The film has been designed for this aspect ratio. Is this? Yes, it is Wes Anderson. I don't know. How could you tell? How could you tell that this movie looks like it's buried its head up its own ass is a Wes Anderson movie?
9 boys, 1 nun, his daughter Liesl.
I've appointed you sole heir to my estate, which you may come into sooner rather than later.
Why?
And without wishing to spoil, like, there's a lot of shots in the movie where, like, he will reference a thing that is not in the shot, and then the whole scene will move to show the thing that he's talking about. I think I have an old featurette unlisted on my YouTube channel. Give me a second here. That kind of explains this. Is that it? No, not that one. Interpreter? Do I have that on there? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, give me this one. This is a featurette from the 2006 Sean Penn and Naomi Campbell Watts, can't remember, film The Interpreter.
All of the films that I shot in the beginning of my career, I shot in widescreen because it gave me twice as much area to give you, the audience, information. I could tell much more story faster with all of that space to use. I didn't have to isolate people. I could have them in groups. It's a great
Nicole
form
Kidman,
for
that's
two
what
people.
it was. Thank you.
It makes for 2 shots in the best possible way. But when television started buying films for a lot of money and panning and scanning them, I quit. And I went to a square format. The first one of those ironically, was out of Africa, which is the one I probably should have had on a widescreen. I haven't made a widescreen picture since. That's 20 years, until this picture. I went back to this widescreen, which is my favorite format, because I could give you much more information per second with that ratio than I could with any other ratio. I can have intimate close-ups of two people and still give you a sense of place all the time. You never lose a sense of the background. Not only are DVDs great quality, they often will release the films in the original format. So at least I know that all of the people in the world are not going to see my film butchered, cut up, and panned and scanned when I wasn't panning or scanning. Here's the shot as I set it up and filmed it. It happens right after Nicole Kidman is frightened. Someone has broken into her apartment. There are 3 pieces of information you're getting here that help you know where you are. A man is replacing the lock, obviously, that was broken in on. There's an opening here, and you're going to see Sean Penn come through that opening. But there's a policeman here. Now look what happens if we pan and scan this. There's nothing wrong with that as an image, but it's not the image that I, as a filmmaker, wanted you to see. If I wanted to work in this 4:3 format, I would choose to work in that and have often, as many directors have, and directors do wonderful movies in that format, but they know they're working in that format, so they give you the information that they think you need in that format. But, you know, if I packaged toothpaste and told you were going to get half the toothpaste in the tube, you probably wouldn't buy it. And yet people continually, because this has a black line at the top and a black line at the bottom, think they're getting something better with this because there's no black line at the top and no black line at the bottom.
I remember having to explain that to my mother because my mother, you got to remember in the early 2000s, we didn't have widescreen TVs. We had tube TVs. Maybe you knew some lucky bastard who had a widescreen plasma or something like that, but we all had tube TVs. And tube TVs, the maximum you could generally get was 32 inches. They were heavy as hell, and you needed 2 people to carry the damn things. And you know, they had basically a viewing range of what would basically be 480p. So if you took a widescreen DVD onto a tube TV, and I mean, if the thing was shot like 235:1, I mean, like half the TV would just be black bars. And if you're sitting like 10, 15 feet away on your couch, you're not going to be able to see a goddamn thing that's going on. So it stood to reason that back then you would buy the full screen DVD, the one that Sidney Pollock over here is kind of shitting on, but for artistic reasons, not practicality reasons. So you had to buy that. And of course, the problem is then if you eventually went and you spent the $500-600 on a 32-inch widescreen TV in 2006, 2007, and whatever the fuck it is they cost then, because they were pretty expensive back then. Then if you had those widescreen DVDs and you hooked the thing up properly, then it could take up the entire TV. But then if you had all the full screen DVDs, the pan and scan ones, then you had the black bars on the side of the television. And oh boy, do I remember my French aunt and uncle basically ruined a TV because they had those bars on the side of the TV for so long they basically burned into the frame. Yeah, now we have the opposite problem. TV shows that were shot in 4:3 are being stretched or cropped to fit 16:9. Simpsons on streaming services. I'm looking at you in particular. Yeah, The Simpsons, originally made in 4:3, depending on your streaming service, is now being panned and scanned to make a 4:3 thing in a 16:9. It's an abomination.
But in fact, they're getting 50%, literally, 50% of the information, as you can see for yourself.
Because, yeah, by 2006, 2007, like, home consumer HD TVs are starting to become a thing. So the ability to properly enjoy a widescreen DVD is starting to come into focus, but isn't quite there yet. And then I want to say by 2010, we weren't really offering DVDs in full screen anymore.
There's half an image there. From here to here. I still see everything. That's the panned and scanned version.
Anyway, you generally get the fucking idea here. You get the idea. Now, I sometimes still like to retain a full screen version of a film just for the vibe of it. I also have a tube TV, so sometimes if I want to sit down on a hot summer day and use the old tube TV, because the old tube TV, like, you never quite remember what an old tube TV is like until it's back in your life. Like, you turn a thing on, there's that very, very barely perceptible high-pitched frequency whine that you always hear when the damn thing is on, and how it manages to make, like, what should be a low-quality video look very nice. Okay, now I need to find out. The Mad Max DVD. I know Beyond Thunderdome is 16:9. Did I get the Mad Max one in there properly? Survey says... Let's check that real quick. Did I get the 16:9? Okay, good, I did. Perfect. Alright, so Mad Max and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome can both be ejected now. We're gonna go probably for another 40 minutes because we're vibing, we're having a good time. I'm not too paced. I'll go till the end of the hour. Our next scheduled broadcast will be tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. The possible last WWF No Mercy stream. We will be going for the WWF Heavyweight Championship, and Mami is returning. She will be returning, so come on by and you'll see all of that. And just to prove how... God damn it. I dropped it. Well, anyway. Just to prove how heavy on a theme we are, here's The Road Warrior, and I just dropped the copy of Fury Road. So I'm gonna go swap the discs. I'll be back in a second. Alright, I'm back. Those are both gonna go on their merry way here. Apparently newer generations can't hear that high-pitched noise. Well, newer generations can get fucked then, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, like a good example of panning and scanning is like any time I post a video on like TikTok, Instagram, whatever the hell. Because depending on the game I'm playing, I can't show the whole frame. Because, you know, I have to format a video to fit this. Like, maybe I could put the game, I guess anyone who live streams on TikTok has this fucking conundrum where it's like, okay, maybe the game goes up here and the streamer goes here, or maybe go tight on the game here and streamers down. It's fucking confusing. It's an abomination. But it's all things you gotta think about. It's aspect ratios. Let's see. Let's get the DVD drive going here. That's Mad Max Fury Road. And I believe this one would be The Road Warrior. We'll get those going as well. So, again, depending on how much storage space and hardware you have, it could affect how fast this goes or maybe how often you choose to do this. Again, you have the discs. The discs can be found in many places. They may be buried in a closet. They may be your friend may own them. Your parents may own them. Your grandparents may own them. Your local library may own them. Or maybe you get them for a pittance down at the flea market, the pawn shop, the $5 Walmart budget bin. I mean, you'd be surprised what you can find there sometimes. That's where I found Psycho Gorman. Let's see here. Okay, so Road Warrior, good. I got 16:9 in there. Perfect. Look at that one going. There goes Road Warrior. And Fury Road, we'll get that one in there as well. All right, pop quiz, chat. What year did Mad Max come out? And what year did Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome come out? Asking for a me. Because now these are movies I don't have on my Plex, so I have to classify them properly. So this one is just Mad Max. Let's see. Looks like there's a comment. There might be a bunch of commentary tracks on there. Jesus. Special features. Audio commentary with John Dowding, David Egby, Chris Murray, and Tim Ridge. Road rants, trivia, and fun fact track. Okay, so there's at least 2 commentary tracks on this thing. Jesus, okay. Mad Max 1979. Okay, thank you. Actually, it says 1980, but everyone says 79, so fuck. My guess is 1980 was maybe the original home release. Okay, so this apparently has 2 commentary tracks. We'll go ahead and bag those. We'll do that. By the way, if my dad is still awake, 1, go to bed. 2, your new movie's about to drop here. I'm gonna guess those. What's weirding me out? 2, Dolby Surround. I'm gonna see. It's weird because you've got 5.1, 2-channel Dolby Surround. That strikes me as odd. I'm going to guess that. It's really. I really should be doing 2 and 3, not 3 and 4. I'm gonna guess. I mean, if I fuck it up, I have the disc. I can fix it later. So we'll do that. And so we're saying this is 1979. So Mad Max, 1979. We'll tell that one to commence. And now I need to know what year Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome came out, starring Tina Turner. Back of the box suggests 1985. A series of films that just keeps getting better and better, writes Gene Siskel in the Chicago Tribune. This one appears to be threadbare on special features. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Watch and you'll agree with the soundtrack song that We Don't Need Another Hero. So you could take a statement like that a couple of ways. Alright, so, right, let's get Beyond Thunderdome. Again, now this! Oh, you wouldn't get art like that these days. I mean, this is an Amsel. Didn't that guy pass away a couple of years ago? I remember there being a big, hoopla about like a poster artist who had passed away. I wonder if this is one of his works. But yeah, I mean, these days it'll all be CGI AI nonsense. That looks good. I mean, Tina looks fucking amazing in that. Alright, so let's see here. Let's get Beyond Thunderdome scanned here. Beyond Thunderdome. Oh, Struzen. Yeah, okay. Maybe I may have my wires crossed. Alright, so give me all subtitled tracks. And I'm gonna guess for audio, it's just English and French. I don't. With respect to my mother, I don't think she's gonna watch this movie in French. I don't think I gotta worry about that. So yeah, we think this is 1985 from the looks of things here. So unless someone's got a better answer, I'm gonna say Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome came out in 85. Let's see. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome 1985. Add to queue. Now, I want to bring up one of the movies we ripped earlier. let me see. Let's get Red Dawn going here. Son of a... Did I rip that in 4x3? Oh, god damn it. Pab! I'll have to redo that one. Well, whatever. I can use that version for research anyway. God damn it. Original Red Dawn, yeah, OG Red Dawn. Okay, so I mentioned earlier about the difference between burned in subtitles and not burned in subtitles. So I'm going to pull this one up here. There's a particular scene I'm going to look for after the South Americans or the South American contingents have taken over Calumet here. I need to find where is that scene? Not there, not there. Okay, I think here. I think it's here. I'm not 100% on that. Also, I feel like the video should be moving. I don't know, call me old-fashioned. Hello? Yeah, maybe here. Okay. Okay, so they've got his dialogue in there, but is a subtitle track active? Yes, track 4 English. Now, is that just only the foreign dialogue, or is that all dialogue? Because, yeah, certain characters speak Spanish, certain characters speak Russian. Patrick Swayze speaks freedom! I mean American. Okay, so, start talking.
I can tell. I heard some of them speaking Spanish, Mr. Morris. Did you see any of them?
With Spain?
Okay, I'm not seeing subtitles come up, so okay, at least I know... Okay, track 4 English is the one that's just subtitles for non-English speaking dialogue.
Who are they? Come on, man.
Track 1 is probably all? Okay, doesn't yeah, there it goes.
Get in there and get sleeping bags.
So yeah, that's something you have to factor for sometimes, is sometimes the foreign language track is not in there as a foreign language track, it's just in as a language track. So when I do properly rip Red Dawn, I'm going to have to tell track 4 to burn in. Otherwise, we're going to see Colonel Bella there talking to the Russian guy, and we won't have any fucking clue what he's on about. It's a thing I have to bear. Tell you what, while we're here, we had some people say they're not familiar with that movie. Tell you what, why don't we find... You're basically hard-coding it, right. Okay, well, alright. Well, there's Red Dawn. Do they got a trailer for that there? Oh, perfect. It's a good stupid... It's a stupid movie. It's worth seeing once. Just to see how the other side thinks. These scenes not appearing in this film. This one, yes. That one, no. This scene, yes.
What's going on here, my friend?
This is the emergency broadcast system. We are under attack by conventional forces of the Russian army. It is believed the lead waves were disguised as commercial charter flights. Communications have broken down with other parts of the country.
So basically, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, but from the kids' perspective.
Large areas of the Midwest may have been overrun.
They know who all of you are. They're looking for you.
You're 40 miles behind enemy lines.
I just want to go home. They took a lot of people away.
Where's my dad, Mr. Eckert?
I want to love somebody, Andy. I'm going to die before it happens.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
So why should we be
different.
Wait for it.
Because we live here.
Wolverines!
Not bad for a bunch of kids, huh? Mama'd be real proud.
It's a stupid movie. And because Hollywood is completely bereft of ideas, of course it was remade. Of course it was remade. I want you to watch this, and I want you to remember one crucial detail. This was supposed to be about the Chinese.
You're in the Air Force, right?
Marines, actually.
How long are you here for?
A few weeks.
30 seconds left. Just get us in field goal range.
22!
The blackout may run along the entire northwest corridor.
What's going on?
Get to the cabin.
Jed, you take care of your brother, you hear me?
Now go now. Go. Why you still can? Let's go.
If you're seeing this broadcast, you are in a part of the country no longer controlled by the government of the United States.
Boys, I love you both, but I want you to do what I would do. Kill this piece.
They mess with the wrong family.
How did this happen?
There's a new class of weapon. Everything went offline and never came back. They wipe us out, including U.S. Central Command.
What am I supposed to do?
I'm gonna fight. Anybody who wants to join is welcome to it. We'll hit them on our terms. We're the Wolverines, and we create chaos. We need to steal that weapon.
It'd be the foothold we need and take our homes back.
I can't.
Yes, you can. Relax.
And squeeze.
Again, this was supposed to be about the Chinese.
And we inherited our freedom. Now it's up to all of us to fight for it. For them, this is just some place. For us, this is our home.
We live here! Not as inspired. Hey, Sassy Tenor, what's tonight's look supposed to be in Fires by? I think it's technically from that Wednesday show, but I'm teaching people how to rip DVDs, so I figured I would look like teacher. So that movie was supposed to be about the Chinese invading, because the Russians invading in 2012 wasn't a scenario that was really noteworthy. Because, you know, remember when Obama said, "Lol, Russia," and Russia was like, "I took that personally." But it was supposed to be about the Chinese attacking and invading America under the guise of reclaiming it because China owns a lot of America's debt. But then they realized, wait a minute, we can't sell this movie in China if we're slandering the Chinese. So in post-production, they rapidly went through, redubbed all the stuff that was in Chinese into being Korean, CGI'd any and all Chinese banners to be North Korean banners, shot a couple other scenes indicating that the North Koreans were doing it with Russian backing, and then just sold it as that. It cost a lot of money to rewire that movie, and I don't imagine it did well in China. I'm just guessing. The Chinese are probably like, actually, we'd kind of prefer if you just left it as is. Anyway, how are the rips going here? They're still going on. How about these two? Oh, shit, they're already done. Hey, that's what happens when you're encoding with a GTX 1060. So I'll go ahead and get those slapped onto the Plex here. Let's see. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome and Mad Max. And we'll get Morbius and Age of Darkness in there as well. So technically, when I do this, it should ask if I want to overwrite one file, which should just be Morbius. Otherwise, Plex is about to get 3 brand new movies based off the movies we ripped. So, hey, that's nice. So, yeah, replace Morbius. So now, lately when I've just been hitting the rescan button, it's just been going, okay, I'll figure out what versions of movies I already have. But this is going to be different because now when I tell it to rescan the movies directory, 3 new entries should appear here momentarily. 3 more. So we have Mad Max from 1979, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and Army of Darkness, but it hasn't pulled the poster up yet, so that concerns me. So Mad Max, I don't like that poster. Give me... You know what? Give me that one. We'll take that one. That one looks period correct. Let's go with that poster there. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. No. I want the one that has that iconic thing. Yes, give me that one. I want that one. And then Army of Darkness. Is that one mismatched? It's mismatched, so it might not have come out in 1982. So I have to fix this. Match. But okay. But it did come out in whatever. Okay, fine. Manually match it to Army of Darkness 1992. Was that so hard? So there. Now those are all on there. Perfect. So at least I got that going for me. One other thing I do mean to show off here. I mentioned the arduousness of doing TV DVDs earlier. So, ooh, I see Road Warrior finished. Perfect. What about Tank Girl? Can't speak. I have Tank. I have Tank on the server. Slightly different movie. Little different. Does it have a trailer attached? Oh shit, it does. I don't have Tank Girl, but I got Tank.
Sergeant Major Zach Carey was not your everyday commuter.
You're the only one in the U.S. Army who owns his own fully operational Sherman tank, for one thing. Are you kidding me? I thought everybody had one of these.
The Army was his career.
What sort of father is your dad?
Cross between George Patton and Danny Thomas.
Your division sergeant major is all alone in the battalion field.
But peace was his profession.
Hey, you don't want to do that.
Is that right?
How would you like it if somebody went...
Until he got on the bad side of a sheriff who didn't have a good side.
Somebody marked up your face when you was on duty. And who was it marked you up when you was out representing me? I want to know everything there is to know about that, Sergeant Major.
Hey, that's the guy from Canadian Bacon.
William Carey.
Yes, sir.
Does your lockup?
Yes, sir.
Is that James Cromwell?
It's be enough to get that little boy
It is.
here.
That is James Cromwell.
2 years on the county farm, maybe 3.
I didn't do anything. Somebody else's lock was on my locker. Somebody else put
I
that-
know the sheriff is using you to get to me.
We are getting a lawyer, and that's all there is to it.
Now they've got his son.
Not any more lawyer noise. That kid's gonna be shot trying to escape.
And they've got the odds. But he's got the tank.
Oh, Lord. I do believe I got you covered. Oh, geez.
Can I go with you? I can't sit here no more.
Jump on.
Right out, Billy. I'm coming to get you.
You're crazy. You're gonna get us all killed.
Come out of that tank! Come out or I'll burn you out!
Today in Clementsville, in what has to be the most unusual prison break in recent history, Sergeant Major Zach Carey broke his son William out of the Clemens County Correctional Facility using a World War II Sherman tank. The sergeant and his crew are rapidly becoming folk heroes.
We're not running away from the law. We're running to the law, Bill. We're gonna win.
They're gonna lose, General.
See that cracker try and stop a tank.
I can't believe you said that.
Zach Carey won't tread lightly on the men who took his son. Tank.
Rated PG.
If I'm not mistaken, the whole point is, he has to bust his son out of a crooked county lockup and get him out of the county. I was like, damn, I forgot James Cromwell was in that. I forgot. Wasn't that guy standing on the tank, the Unhinged Company security guy from Short Circuit? Yeah, he's also the guy from this movie. Yeah, you're thinking of G.D. Spaulding. He's also in this one.
On the overnight tracking. It's not fair. I mean, every other president had all of the Russians to blame for everything. What have I got?
For an unpopular president.
The voters felt that your being alive or dead had no real bearing on their daily lives.
It's time to give war a chance.
Dead.
What are we going to do for an enemy now?
A riot between Americans and Canadians broke out last night.
Now, with a little inspiration.
All I said was Canadian beer sucks!
Give me 1 week and I'll have Americans burning maple leaves.
They'll create a cause worth fighting for.
Is Canadian Prime Minister Clark MacDonald a member of a satanic cult?
Oh, that is stunning.
Canadians are always dreaming up a lot of ways to ruin our lives. The metric system, for the love of God.
Do not panic! I'm in complete control! There's a time to think, there's a time to act. And this, gentlemen, there's no time to think. Move out!
Welcome to Canada.
I'm your worst nightmare.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We got ways of making you pronounce the letter O.
What we have here is a brave but misguided group of Americans who've gone right into Canada and kicked some serious Canadian butt.
Oh, Americans! Welcome to Ontario. Sportsman's paradise. Isn't it, though?
John Candy.
You Canadians are so sneaky.
Alan Alda.
Surrender pronto, or we'll level Toronto.
Rhea Perlman.
What does this look like to you?
Never saw a white one that size.
Kevin Pollak.
When have you ever heard anyone say, honey, let's stay in and order some Canadian food?
Rip Torn.
I can't kill America's neighbors.
I can. Canadian Bacon. From the director of Roger and Me.
Yowza! All right, now how did you know that was a nuclear facility?
Well, they tricked us on that one. That's a hospital. But it's a hell of a strike.
Too real. I was rather hoping G.D. Spaulding would show up in that trailer, but it seems he did not. Shame. Anyway, one last note that I wanted to do before we putz out here a little bit is I did mention the arduousness of ripping TV DVDs. Now, fortunately, let's see here. I think I have... Where did I put that? Ah, yes, Star Trek The Original Series. So, one year for Christmas, my mother-in-law got me the remastered Star Trek Original Series on DVD. And I never got them ripped. I have all the raw files. I've just never classified them properly. So at some point, I'm going to have to sit down and do a lot of the same things that we did tonight with those files. Now, of course, the problem is between the order it's presented the DVD, the order it broadcast in, and whatever order Plex has in its system, could be 3 entirely different values. The upside, though, is classic Star Trek being what it is. You know, once they cleared the intro and took the French subtitles out.
Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life.
I'm not a really big fan of the redone CGI, which is why the first season is the original version that doesn't have all that dicking around, and I'm leaving that one on the Plex. But yeah, Star Trek usually at least had the friggin' decency that, after they got past the title card here, eventually, yada, 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 it would at least say, come on, Amok Time. So if nothing else, I at least know what episode it was. I don't have to watch it and figure out what goddamn episode it was. I just look at it and I know, okay, it's that one. This gets more annoying in certain other shows. Like, for example, when I was doing all of Rio's Lost DVDs. She's the one who watched Lost. I only watched a couple seasons. So, previously on Lost could help me identify past episodes. But basically, I'd have to look at the fucking Wikipedia synopsis, sort of parse through the thing and figure out, okay, they're talking about this episode. Call it Season 1, Episode 5, whatever the piss. Law and Order gets more annoying. We did rip one of those as an example here. So, this is Law and Order Season 4, who knows what. And the way I usually tell what those ones are is I wait till after the intro and then look up, okay, who's the guest star? All right, look it up on Wikipedia. Look up which episode that guy was in. And that's how I tell. So that's, a little thing you can look for is like, does it say who the special guest is? Who's the stunt casting? So now I'll know if I'm classifying that. Okay. When you're looking on Wikipedia and it says who was the guest star, when you're looking up the whole fucking season, look for the one he's in, bada bing, bada boom, you're good. Because, yeah, to be quite honest, ripping movies is nice. Ripping TV shows is better. So, if I find myself in a situation where I want to watch, let's say Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and for whatever reason I've got it in my mind that I just absolutely cannot live unless I watch, that was season 6, right? Yeah. If I just get it in my mind that I just really, really, really fucking have to watch In the Pale Moonlight. I don't have to fumble with the disc that I own, and I don't have to give Barry Weiss any blood money. I just rip the thing that I already have, and I can call it up on my computer, or my Fire Stick, or whatever the fuck. Again, I don't know what your house is like. You have devices that may not be the same as my devices, but hey, as long as you've got the file on your computer, and I mean, hell, you could leave it on, you could put it in the external hard drive, you could put it on an SD card, whatever. Probably an external hard drive. The one with the discs in it, not the solid state kind, because the ones with the discs last longer. Like, as long as you've got the thing ripped, you can figure out what the piss you're going to do with it after that. You got options. So, again, and of course, it's a scaling option. It costs whatever you want it to cost. Like this little TV miniseries of Stephen King's The Stand. My dad used to read a lot of Stephen King, so I saw that in the Walmart budget bin, so I figured, fuck it, I'll buy that so he can watch it. That would have been $5. That would have been $5 right there. And then, like I said, Star Trek The Original Series. I have the entire remastered thing on not Blu-ray, DVD. I just hadn't ripped it yet. That was a gift from my mother-in-law. Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. That was, believe it or not, in a Walmart budget bin. The Office. I had a bunch of seasons of that on DVD, so we ripped those for whenever Rio wants to watch that. She had all the DVDs for Lost, and again, who wants to fumble with the discs? I mean, maybe every once in a while you want to fumble with the discs. I got drunk and wandered into Walmart and bought the entire series of Las Vegas. What about all these other ones that don't seem to physically make sense? How'd you get there on them? I don't know. Don't fucking ask any questions. I can tell you I ripped pretty much all those seasons of 24 myself. I can tell you I did that much. So again, maybe I want to watch 24. Maybe I want to watch that. Maybe I don't want to. And this is a real example. Maybe I don't want to go into the next room and dig around the closet. It's got like 10 paper boxes that are stacked one on one on one on one on one and figure out which fucking box the thing is. Pull it out of the box. Figure out which disc the episode is on. Argue with the DVD player. Who wants to do all that when I can just do this? And again, it costs whatever you want it to. Maybe it's a thing you already have. Maybe it's a thing you can find on the cheap. Maybe it's a thing your friend has. Maybe it's a thing your local library has. Maybe it's a thing that Mr. 4K Downloader can use off of a YouTube rip. You got options. So, and then yeah, you know, you can put your music on there, put your movies. I mean, I'm not saying that this rip of, say, Airport 77, for instance, wasn't a 4K downloader rip from a copy of the film that I found on Daily Motion, I think. But I don't know how else to finish that sentence. And I'm not saying that this copy down here of Vincent D'Onofrio's The Winner isn't just a rip of a version of it that was on YouTube, but I also don't know how else to finish that sentence. I'll buy the DVD later. I'll buy it. Look, it costs whatever it costs whatever you want it to cost. What about if I use the VPN? Listen, I'm not in control of what you do. Listen, the Queen Pib show says when it comes to piracy, when you're talking to Electric Stick, Queen Pib says no. What about if she's not talking to Electric Stick? I don't know. Fuck, ask me when I'm not talking to Electric Stick. So, you wish you knew about Plex when you had a toddler. I mean, perhaps the greatest reason why the TV section here for me on my server is so nice because, oh, what was that, Pib? You got the Looney Tunes Gold Collection and you ripped the entire thing? And you put it on here, so you can just, is there a way to call it, just pull up a random episode and hope that it's not problematic? So I could just call up all of that shit? Please don't be a problematic one. Please don't be a problematic one. Please don't be a problematic one. I can't remember if that's a problematic one or not. I'm just going to assume that it is. 40s, 50s, Gorilla My Dreams. I'm going to assume that one's problematic. I think I started keeping a list of which ones were problematic and which ones were clearly aimed at furries. Anyone he puts on a dress, clearly aimed at furries. Let's see. We're just about done here. Let me see. Let's have a look at those last two rips we did, last two conversions we did for, okay, so we got Fury Road and Road Warrior. Fury Road was 2015, I want to say. I think I actually have Fury Road on the Plex, but never you mind how it got there. I think see, Mad Max. I forgot. Lousy friggin'. Mad Max Fury Road. Oh, I didn't actually put a date on it there. Well, that's shocking. Yeah, I want to say that was... Well, it must be from 2015. That's apparently when the date that file was created. Well, that's as good an indication as any. All right. Mad Max Fury Road was 2015. That was a good movie. I saw that one in theater. That was a banger. I love that it's not really a Mad Max movie. It's a movie that takes place in a Mad Max cinematic universe, but it's not really about him. If anything, which is nice because it gives it like an episodic feel, like it's, you know, it's part of an ongoing saga. It's a story that's unfolding that he's merely a part of. I'm gonna guess this DVD does not have commentary, and it does not. So let's see. Mad Max Fury Road 2015. And then Road, now, okay, start the encode there. Road Warrior. I'm gonna guess they came out between Mad Max and Beyond Thunderdome. So it's either gonna be 81, 82. My money's gonna be on 83. I'm feeling like that's at 83, but I don't know. If someone knows, feel free to tell me. What year did the Road Warrior come out? So I know how to classify that one properly. And I didn't bring the case over here, so I don't know what it's got for commentary. Nothing. It's just English and French. All right. 82. All right. So here's the thing. The title of the film is The Road Warrior. Now, I'm going to teach you this because this is good form. And if you break this rule, the baby Jesus cries. You do not write it as The Road Warrior 1982. You write it as Road Warrior, comma, the 1982. You do not put the word the in front. Otherwise, you're going to be sifting through The Road Warrior, The Man with the Golden Gun, The Man with the Golden Arm, The Cramps, The Interpreter, The French Connection, The Matrix. Pib, that movie's not called The Matrix. Shut up! You get the idea. It's one of those words that you don't put it in front. You just calm it, put it in the back. Consider also doing this for the letter A. So do not put it down as A View to a Kill. Put it in as View to a Kill A. That sort of thing. If you break this rule, the baby Jesus cries. So, again, to recap what we've been going on this evening. First of all, if you've been here the whole time, holy shit, congratulations. It's your DVDs, your Blu-rays, your music, whatever the hell it is you've got. The biggest hurdle in this day and age is between a lack of storage to keep giant piles of these things, as well as DVD players perhaps falling out of vogue in favor of more smart internet-enabled devices such as smart TVs, Fire Sticks, Apple TVs, Rokus, whatever the piss. It has become not as convenient perhaps as it used to be to use DVD discs. Well, as the saying goes, and now this is 2 shows in a row that we have quoted this, if Muhammad won't go to the mountain, then the mountain must go to Muhammad. You can digitize those discs in many instances using technology you already have. Do you have an old computer with a disk drive? Do you have an old laptop with a disk drive? Do you have a computer with a USB slot that you could put an external DVD drive into or a Blu-ray drive into? And if you get a Blu-ray drive, you can do Blu-rays, you can do DVDs, you can do audio discs. Are you into backing up your video games? I didn't even touch on that. You could rip your PS1 discs, your PS2 discs. You could rip the 12 games you have for Sega Saturn. You could do that too. I didn't even touch on any of that. You could rip your discs. I rip a lot of my PS1 and PS2 games. I do that too. How do you think they get onto the SD card whenever we play them on the fucking show? I rip them myself. So using the program Make MKV, as you saw up here, we ripped the file off the disk. Using Handbrake, we encoded it into a smaller format. And then I did whatever it is I do with it. In this case, moved it onto an external hard drive that then synchronizes with my Plex server. But again, I don't know your household. You may have different gizmos than I do. You may have different options than I do. Plex is hardly the only option for a home media server. There are other ones. Again, the name Rocketfish is standing out in my head for some reason. It's possible that other devices have their own frameworks for doing so. I seem to remember iTunes, you could import a local video library and then stream it to an Apple-connected device. We all remember Windows Media Server. I doubt that's still a thing, but... Oh, Jellyfin, that's what it is. Jellyfin. Rocketfish sounds like something else entirely. Yeah, Jellyfin. So that's a thing that exists as well. Could just be you shove it in a USB stick and plug it into your TV, your PlayStation, whatever the hell it is. Maybe you put it on your phone and you watch it and it doesn't use up data. You have all kinds of options for what you would do with the digital conversion of your DVDs. And again, it's a solution that costs whatever you want it to. And you may have the discs in a closet. They may be discs your friend have. They could be things your parents have, your grandparents. I mean, when I visit, when I do the annual trip to Wisconsin, I bring an external DVD drive with me because my father-in-law's DVD collection of shitty movies is fucking legendary. You think Rocketfish made the charge used for really old laptop? Yeah, I remember that. It sounded like a peripheral company. The discs could come from your local library. They could come from a flea market, a swap meet. And I mean, sometimes it could be oddball. You may end up with bits and pieces of things. I mean, for example, if were I to look at, let's say, Law & Order Special Victims Unit here, you'll notice I have season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. What the hell happened to 9? 9 isn't on there yet. I haven't found 9 yet. Well, it's not that I haven't found it. It's usually I buy these in a lot off of eBay, and it's just, all right, what's the best price that I can get for the things that they're at least selling that I don't already have and can eat the cost of the doubles? That sort of thing. And were I perhaps to go to regular Law & Order, it gets even more dire. Because it's like, okay, season 1, season 3, season 4, season 6, season 7, season 8, but it's only one episode. Season 9, but it's only one episode. 14, 17. Sometimes you gotta live with having holes. I mean, I love a good hole, don't you? So you find it where you can. And, maybe some of you do weird things through the internet worldy pipe that are none of my concern and none of my business. Maybe those are things you do too. And again, the same thing goes for your music collection. Maybe at a moment's notice, you just really want to reserve the right to listen to this.
Load up on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend.
And I don't even have to give Spotify any money. They can digitize your music CDs. You got tens of thousands of music CDs, probably. I mean, I had a couple Sheepdogs albums, all this Rick Astley shit, all this Phil Collins, and Rio had all these NSYNC albums and these Britney Spears things and Blink 182. I had the Silent Hill 3 soundtrack because I used to have the version that had the disc. So you got all those things too. You can digitize those too. They compress real nice. You got options. And any questions before I call it here? Because I didn't really do a Q&A. I just kind of sat here and just went. This probably needs to go. I think we can all agree that one needs to go. That one probably needs to go. I mean, she's hanging out with Neon, for sakes. That one... Is this going to be on the exam? The fact that the Iggy Azalea album needs to be deleted? Yes. If only because you can't understand what the she's saying half the time anyway. You got a trunk full of CDs, do the aforementioned tolerance sticky fingers. Right, so you got options. My guess is there may be ways to clean discs. I would look that up. You would probably want to use something that would get the sticky stuff off it, but also not damage the plastic or the data layer as well. So that's something to be concerned with as well. And again, like I said, I use Plex, but there are complaints. There are people there who perhaps don't have the most positive impression of Plex, and I would say you're probably not wrong. It's just I'm in too deep at this point. So, yeah, the Asshole Song album. Yeah, they have an old Dennis Leary album there, so that's there too. Isopropyl alcohol and a microfiber cloth. That's usually the best way to do it. Tell you what, I need one more trailer. Give me... You know what? I want one more trailer to close this night out. And I think I see it right here. I want to see the trailer for Shakedown, starring Peter Weller and Sam Elliott. Oh, this one's a
One
classic.
thing I promise not to do in this courtroom is to pretend to you that I am representing Snow White for a client.
An overworked lawyer.
Once upon a time, all I planned to do was play the tenor sax. Forever.
An undercover cop.
This gun is clean. No serial numbers.
They're up against a city where the bad guys have taken over.
My client will make bail.
And the good guys are the worst of all.
You cops, you're the best that money can buy.
Get your hands up.
Anything you say, officer.
$50K a month in evidence disappears. Plan on taking down an army?
I don't know yet.
Hang on tight, partner.
Oh, I see. The ride gets rougher than this.
You betcha.
It's just the way I like it.
You better watch out.
I can roll with anything you put out, buddy.
What were you looking for?
Can you handle this, or is this too real for you?
Peter Weller.
You're gonna miss me when I'm gone, babe.
Sam Elliott.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. I'm old and slow.
Shakedown. Whatever you do, don't call the cops.
I mean, that's just good advice in general. Hey, Jeeves. I do love Sam Elliott as actual cop instead of just gruff old guy who is in every movie ever made. Literally never heard of it. Yeah, it's yeah, that one's a banger. I mean, it's 70% on Rotten Tomatoes if I'm interpreting this correctly. So there you go. You know what? Okay, you know what? I want one more trailer. One more trailer. Give me one more that's worth looking at here. Let's see. Bunch of SNL stuff. The Rock. Oh, that's a certified banger. We don't need to see the trailer for that. How about Spice World? Oh no. How about not Layer Cake? We already watched Left Behind. We're not doing that to ourselves again. Does King of New York have one? Oh, I want to see the trailer for King of New York.
Frank White is a free man.
How come you never came to see me? Who wanted to see you in a cage, man?
He served his time.
What can we expect from the reformed Frank White?
I want to be mayor.
Paid his debt.
Go someplace where you can stay out of trouble.
But some things don't change.
From here on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No blackjack, no dope deals, no nothing. You're waiting years for this.
You know what you're up to, White. Forget it. I'm gonna make you and your friends disappear long before that.
Are you arresting me?
Client's Park Avenue attorney can get him out in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later!
Feel no remorse. I got a $250,000 contract on anyone involved in this case.
The cops tried to stop him their way.
I'm not your problem. I'm just a businessman.
Now they'll have to do it his way.
There's only one way to get Frank.
Yeah, let's save the Caruso.
Christopher Walken, King of New York.
You expected to get away with killing all these people?
I never killed anybody that didn't deserve it.
I like how they had to do legally distinctly different. I never fuck with anyone who didn't have it coming. Yeah, King of New York, absolutely stacked cast. You got Christopher Walken, David Caruso, Larry Fishburne, Victor Argo, Wesley Snipes, Giancarlo Esposito's in there too, Steve Buscemi. Banger. Actually, I want two more trailers. Two more. We got to go up to the seas for this one, because this is a good movie. It's a bit of a retread for Al Pacino and Brian De Palma, but oh, Carlito's Way. I got to do the 4K rip of that one. We're in the trailer portion of the evening.
Court of Appeals decision. Now devolve upon me the painful duty of unleashing upon society a reputed assassin. The prisoner's discharge. Call the next case.
You Carlito Brigante, man. You a legend.
He's one of us. Puts money in everybody's pocket big time.
He was big.
Just a tough guy.
Still a banger.
He just got out of Lewisburg, man.
It's sort of like what if Scarface went on a redemption arc.
Now I am sitting in jail, wondering where you are, what you're doing, who you with.
What was it like inside, Charlie?
They get you.
Carlito, these new kids nowadays, they shotgun you, Mr. See you fly up in the air, man.
Who are you working with?
I'm retired.
Retired.
That's right.
Retired.
Devil's advocate, sadly,
I got a
no.
good feeling about this club. I think we're gonna make some real money.
But as soon as I make my 75, I'm splitting.
Maybe you don't remember me. My name is...
Maybe I don't remember the last time I blew my nose either. If I ever see you here again, you die.
Did you ever kill anybody, Charlie?
Guys went down, yeah. You just do what you gotta do to survive. I give you $1 million to make a simple payoff, and nothing happens. The contract's already down on your pal. You're gonna end up in that river out there.
I'm asking for your help.
Yeah, well, I ain't dealing. I ain't going back to prison, no matter what.
You said you would break my heart, Charlie.
I gotta do just this one thing, and then I'm out.
Every instinct you've got won't do anything but get you killed.
He saved my life, Gail.
Whatever he wants you to do, don't do it.
Good movie.
That's what I am, right or wrong. I can't change that. Never give up your friends, Dave.
And there's only one rule. You save your own ass.
Didn't you ever have a dream?
Yeah, I had a dream, Charlie. But now I'm awake.
You're gonna fucking die big time. Listen, only a handful of movies have ever brought me to tears. This is one of them. Only a handful of movies have moments that do that to me. That's one of them. And yeah, stacked cast in there too. Can I get the get back in there? I mean, yeah, you got Al Pacino, Sean Penn, John Leguizamo, Luis Guzman's in there. Viggo Mortensen's got a spot in there too. Anyway, last one. Yes, sadly, I don't have Devil's Advocate. I got lots of Pacino on here. Sadly, not that one. This trailer's more artistic than anything else. Actually, I'm in the wrong spot. See, Did I classify that as To Live and Die in L.A. or Live and Die in L.A.? That's a good question. Trailer, Top Gun, Tony Rome, Tomorrow Never Dies, To Be or Not to Be. Ah, it is there. All right. I don't think this trailer is going to explain much, but it's a fucking vibe. This movie is good. I'm a bit of a counterfeiter myself. It's the guy from CSI! It's the guy from Transformers!
I'm gonna bag Rick Masters. We got a chance to make him on a hand-to-hand buy.
You can't come up with the front money. You're not for real.
You're not the first agents to get next to Masters.
You're not wired, are you?
God, this movie is good. That's dicks. The way the story goes, now this movie came out in 85. The way the story goes, my dad was trying to watch this movie on an evening in March in 87, and then me, who inside my mom, said, "Let me out, I want to watch this." So yeah, you got William Peterson, Willem Dafoe, John Pankow, you got John Turturro, Dean Stockwell, Steve James, and also Robert Downey Sr. is in there too. Would you believe that there was a senior Robert Downey? Yeah. Well, you know what? One more. Come on, give me one more trailer. Like, trailers are a lost art. Like that. You wouldn't see a trailer cut like that today. You just wouldn't. Let me see. Which one's speaking to me? Let's keep the 80s vibe going here. Give me something 80s, something sexy. I got Tommy Boy. Yeah, we got Tommy Boy on there. How about? Yeah, I mean, I could cop out and do RoboCop, but that's just low hanging. How about? Could just do James Bond. I mean, James Bond is kind of 80s. Could do that. Yeah, give me an 80s James Bond. Give me View to a Kill. Because that movie's not so good, and he was too old at that point. Yeah, give me the trailer for A View to a Kill. I don't remember this line. Oh my god, what? I don't know if I remember this specific trailer. Okay, now I do.
A View to a Kill.
Maybe.
A View to a Kill.
Okay, this is the fucking British trailer I hate. Play the Duran Duran song, damn it!
That's it. A View to a Kill.
Yes, I know. You said it 3 times now.
This is the Bond you won't want to miss. So, plan ahead and don't miss the boat.
Sorry, something like this. By the way, we haven't been introduced. My name's Bond. James Bond.
That scene is not in the movie. Yes, we know you're James Bond. It's the 7th one. You should have stopped like 2 movies ago. Okay, that's not the trailer I thought I was getting. Fuck that. 80s, iconic, action. We already did King of New York. LA Confidentials 2. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one didn't count. Exactly, that one didn't count. Don't know why Ian Fleming chose the name. Because it sounded mundane, perhaps? Because it sounded boring? Yeah, exactly. Could do Heat. Xanadu? Ooh. I do have Xanadu on here, don't I? Oh. Well, yeah, okay. 2 last ones. See, you don't know what you just did. We'll do Xanadu. You don't know what you just did.
Open your eyes and hear the magic. Universal Pictures announces the most dazzling romantic musical fantasy in years, Xanadu. Starring Olivia Newton-John, Michael Beck, and Gene Kelly.
Whenever you're away from me, wherever you go, you're never far away from me.
Look, I don't want to sit here and disrespect Xanadu, but is there any chance we got confused and started watching White Christmas instead? Oh, there we go.
Xanadu. It's a love story about a boy and girl from 2 very different worlds whom no one can keep apart.
Because we've never tried telling that story before.
It's a spectacular entertainment that will transport you beyond your dreams. Xanadu, where time stops and the magic never ends. Xanadu.
Now, here's the problem. Here's the issue. So you went and you brought up a you brought up Xanadu. Now the problem is you can have your Xanadu trailer, but unfortunately it comes with a poison pill.
Don't do this. Please, don't do this. Get up. Let's get up. Don't do it. Man, don't do it. No, don't do it. Think of your family. Think of your fans. Think of everybody. You got the kid in the house.
In the hit sequel to Saturday Night Fever, John Travolta dances his way to the New York stage.
Guess what? I got a job on Broadway. Way to go, Monero!
But a sizzling affair with a beautiful dancer sparks a bitter romantic triangle.
I can't always be second choice.
You're not.
I am, and you know I am.
We did it. Don't mean nothing to you.
We met. I liked you. We made it. What do you think it was? True love. Everybody uses everybody. Don't.
What you have is anger and a certain intensity, and that's what I need to make this show work.
Everybody uses everybody, don't they?
The right trailer. We'll fix that.
How dare you two are a pair of dancers. You want to fight, you do it on your own goddamn time.
I'll remember that. Cynthia Rhodes and Finola Hughes co-star in this electrifying dance spectacle directed by Sylvester Stallone, Staying Alive.
No. I mean, it's a good trailer for that movie, but it's not the trailer. It's not the trailer. All right, let's send this show home. Just do it. Here, you can even advance warning this time.
I used to be pretty incredible myself when I lived in Brooklyn.
Really? What happened?
I moved to Manhattan.
And I now own this movie in 4K.
This is Tony Manhattan. He's got the looks. He's got the guts. He's got the moves. Now, all he needs are the breaks.
Oh, you think that because you're in a show and I'm not, that's competition, right? It ain't competition.
Well, what is it?
Envy.
If he's gonna get to the top,
Can you be sure that's ever gonna happen?
it's gonna take everything he's got.
You want to dance here, you follow my rules. Because I'm going to push you until you think you're going to die.
Paramount Pictures presents John Travolta in a Robert Stigwood production, a Sylvester Stallone film, Staying Alive.
Give me a break. You ain't got the moves for Broadway.
Oh, I ain't got the moves, right? Oh, really?
Never gonna give you up for someone else's love.
I love you, Jackie.
Guys like you aren't relationships. You're exercise.
Woman in you. Bring out the man in me.
If you're hot over somebody, I don't want to always hear about it.
I just respect her dancing, that's all.
Yeah. And her legs and her face and her...
Come on, the girl's got like an abundance of talent.
Oh, no. Can't do that anymore. I think I got something. Hang on. What the
Rachel! I miss you so. Let's go back to hell. Hey, you, young one! Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness.
Don't know anymore. Thank you to 500 biddies. Listen, I will take an old bad movie over a new bad movie any day of the week.
I've never been asked to leave before.
Oh, don't take it personally.
Well, how can I not? There's nobody else here in the room. But you can't treat me like this anymore. I promise it'll never happen again.
What you've got is an anger and an intensity, and that's what I need to make this show work.
No one will ever know you just don't have it.
I think that seems the movie.
I got it? You're kidding me.
Way to go, Monero!
It's 5 years later, but the fever still burns. Staying Alive.
If the fever still burns, he really should be getting that looked at. He really should consider that. Yes, they make a cream for that, or so I've been told, indeed. All right, folks. We gave you one hell of an overview on what it is you can be doing with all those fancy pants DVDs, DVDs, Blu-rays, music CDs, whatever the hell. May you go out there and do what you will with that information. Or load up a VPN and do damage. I'm not in charge of your fucking life. In any event, we have been live for a massive 5.5 hours. You have been beautiful. You have been marvelous, but it is getting late. And I have to go buy a bunch of Valentine's chocolate tomorrow, hopefully on discounts. So what we are going to do, well, I guess I'll have to shut the computer down because it's just there. What we are going to do is we're going to start to wind down for the evening. So there you go. Listen, every once in a while, it behooves me to use my elder wisdom as someone who is very old. Pib, you're 38. Yeah, I know. Deal with it. It is incumbent upon me that every once in a while I bestow you upon the knowledge that sits in this mind of what you can do with things you have to make your life better, and boom, you can rip your fucking DVDs and, I don't know, put them on an external hard drive, put them on a media server, watch them on whatever the piss it is you got in your own goddamn house. Because again, I mean, listen, this is a DVD. It exists in my hand. I own it. Warner Brothers can't take it away from me. Not without prying it from my cold, dead hands. So I don't have to worry about getting a streaming service for this. I can just watch it. I can watch it everywhere I want. I can watch it 20 times tomorrow. And you're like, how could you pull that off? I'll put one on each computer monitor, one on the TV, one on the monitor up there. I'll watch it five versions at the same time, 4 times in a row. I could do that. If my internet goes down, this will still work. If the external internet goes down, the media server might still function. So, again, physical media, probably going to make a comeback. And, again, these things may not last forever. That's why digitizing them, always a very good thing to do. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, rates, subs, tippies to the channel. They're never required. They're always appreciated. We love to shout at the end of the show. Let's see here. Watanabe, thank you for the biddies. Who else here? Midnight Wolf, thank you for the resub. Damage Plushie for the resub. Dr. HD Shop for the sizable resub. Feral Snail for the resub. Pixie Cat Games for the biddies. La Bomb Ball for the biddies. I don't know anymore for the biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, you sub to the channel, grab the first. You ain't, you grab the second. We love to spread love around, not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world we happen to call it Twitch here. Let's see. Want to Bay? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I see that my brain goes to Ken Watanabe.
That's Wante-Bay.
Wante-Bay, thank you. I will attempt to commit that to memory. And if I don't, just smack me with a fish like it's IRC. Or is it a trout? Yeah, it was a trout, wasn't it? I seem to recall that. All right, let's see here. We're live a little later than usual here. Let's see if we can do this information. How about, oh. I say oh and oh and oh. Gosh, I wish I could raid 2 people at once because they're both doing the same goddamn show. Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, what's going on down here? What's going on down here? You know what? We're going to go over there. You know what? We're going over here. You'll accept me with more bits. That works too. Trouts are fish, yes and no, but it's the difference between pasta and spaghetti. Yes, they're both the same thing, but one's a tad more specific than the other. All right, friend of the channel, Rothy, is hanging out on the TTV, having a good time, being an icon. I'm going to drop you off with them. Now, I didn't write that in properly because we had a problem with that last Saturday night. It seems I got it correct. Good. We will be live tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. What may be the final scheduled broadcast for WWF No Mercy. The Monday Night War meta may be beginning to draw to a close, but it's going out in style. We'll be going after the WWF Heavyweight title and the Rhea Ripley look. The Rhea Ripley look, I should say, is returning. Mammy's back. You come on by tomorrow night and we'll have a damn good time. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, to lurk for a bit, put up with my bullshit. We're here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Mwah. Good night, everyone. I have the ability to watch Staying Alive anywhere on the face of this earth so long as my home computer is powered on. See you later, folks. Mwah.